real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. It's for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free General Flynn out the cage, cause he innocent. Martin Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement.
It's that time of year. The stakes are high.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change.
The pressure, unmatched. And only the strongest will rise to the top.
Americans have always been the people who defied all odds and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom.
Some will fold under the pressure, but champions thrive in the madness.
Our country will be woke no longer.
This isn't just any competition. This is March. This is madness. And in this house, every play counts.
Our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed.
There's no second chance, no timeouts.
Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation.
Only the drive to win. And when the buzzer sounds, history will remember who backed down and who stepped up.
America is back.
Nice.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. We're back.
Yes, happy April Fools.
Yeah, I guess we should go ahead and let everybody know that, since we've received so much backlash and trolls and all this stuff, we're just gonna stop doing this show. And this is going to be our last show that we ever do, everybody. So just wanted to let y'all know, and you might as well go ahead and jump on the stream tonight if you want to get your last words in. Because, after this, we're done.
Yeah. Oh, man, Jimmy.
Oh. And Happy New Year. If you know, you know. Okay?
Oh, no. Here we go. Oh, man, guys. Welcome to the show, guys. We got Jimmy Bell and friends. You know how in the intro I put Ruby Quinn, Jimmy Bell, and friends. I want to include everybody.
Yeah, I actually put out a post this evening, and I was like, hey, if you got something to say or you want to share or you just want to get in on the conversation, don't be shy. Come on the stream with us. We're looking for new faces. We have a lot of folks that do come on here, and we appreciate that. But I'm sure the viewers would like to see some fresh faces as well. And so just come on the show, just when you come on, we'll be respectful to you. You be respectful to us, and we can have a great conversation.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking for more views because I'm kind of tired of talking about my own our own views. I want to hear somebody from the left. I want to hear somebody from the center. I want to hear somebody from, I don't know, maybe the far left if you're ready for that.
Oh my God. That would be a battle. But hey, one we're willing to have.
Yeah. All right. Well, like always, I say hi to everybody in the comments. So if you want to shout out, get in the chat right now because I'm about to say hello to everybody. I love doing this. It's like a community in here. Everybody gets to feel like they're included. And you guys can definitely join the show. The link is in the chat, so it's open. Jimmy said, like, as long as you stay on topic with the news hour, just come on. And if you see something, hear something that, rings a bell or whatever, you can hop on right there and then, and you will have a 3-minute, your 3 minutes to say something. So I just wanted to let everybody know the link is there.
Oh, by the way, Dallas, it was an April Fool's thing that I was talking about the show ending.
Yeah, I don't think this show is ever gonna end until one of us kick the bucket or something.
Done. We're done.
Or until Jimmy gets sick and tired of me and my drama.
Drama.
All right, so let me say hello to Elaine. Welcome to the chat. John Marciano, he's always here. He's a loyal viewer to every XJW channel.
Yes, he is.
Hi, Rosie. Dallas, aka this is Buttermilk Dallas from Discord, Dallas. Hi, Dallas. Deborah, Leonard, Chad. Who else? Bev. Doreen in the chat. Who else is in the chat? Let me know. I'm scrolling. JG. Hey, JG. Sherry's in the chat. All right. Let's see. Thrifty. All right. Vex Cortex Johnny. Hi, Johnny. Ricky, Bobby, Eric. He said, hey, I actually made it on time.
Nice.
The left has a 27% approval. Their party is done. No one cares anymore.
Yeah, we talked about that last week.
Oh, okay. Hey, Shaq. Shaq is in the chat. Sherry says, "Have you heard of the brawl at the Kingdom Hall?" No, I did not. But I think Vern just made a video about that. No, I gotta see that.
There was a brawl at a Kingdom Hall?
Sherry, when did this happen? No spoiler alerts, but can you just let me know if that's like an old story, new story, like what? Because that is interesting as heck.
Okay, so we don't really do a lot of JW content on this show, but that's one I'd be interested in seeing.
Word. J-Man. Hi, J-Man. Okay, I reached the bottom of the chat. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, that's super interesting.
God, I had to clean my table off. The pollen down here is insane.
Hi, Lisa. Yeah, because you're outside.
They're seasoning us like chickens out here.
Mm-hmm.
Good Lord.
Okay, so we're not going to forget about the recap for JFK and the pyramids from last Tuesday. So I do have those clips I wanted to show, to just do a recap about that. But what I really wanted to do was give like a good 20 minutes to this Disney Snow White movie drama that's been happening. If anybody knows about that, we're going to get into that. I don't know if you saw the things that the actress said, Jimmy, but it was crazy.
I saw one clip and she was just so disinteresting to me that I turned it off. But yeah.
It's kind of sad how far Disney has fallen.
Oh yeah.
So let me know, chat, if you guys know the actress. Her name is Rachel Zegler. And there was a clip here that I wanted to play really quickly, because this clip is alleging like Disney is like finally benched her because of the things she's been saying that is making the movie lose money. So I wanted to get everybody's opinion about that. How do you feel when, and it doesn't have to be just Hollywood, but like when you have a job, like you're not working for yourself, right? You don't have the luxury of free speech. You risk things, like you have something to lose. You can get fired, but it happens both ways, right or wrong. Somebody ends up losing. So I wanted to play this quick clip and let me know what you guys think in the chat.
Rachel Zegler has officially been benched by Disney, and no, this isn't a rumor. The Snow White star has become such a PR nightmare, the studio has cut her out of her own press tour. She was set to appear on SNL, Kimmel, Drew Barrymore, all of it scrapped. Why? Because Disney finally realized putting a mic in front of her is a financial risk. It started with her trashing the original Snow White. She called it outdated, mocked the love story, and basically told fans they were wrong for liking it. Then came the political chaos. Rachel basically shouted "Free Palestine" next to Israeli co-star Gal Gadot during a Disney press event. In a single moment, she turned a kids' film into a geopolitical controversy. They even canceled a $10 million Disney World event. And now Zegler's threatening to sue Disney for canceling appearances. First, she torched the movie's image, then insulted the fans, and even hijacked the spotlight. And now she wants compensation? At this point, Snow White 2025 isn't a film launch. It's a cleanup operation.
What do you think about that, Jimmy?
Oh, geez. These folks with the woke mind, they just cannot get out of their own daggone way. You know, they think that they still have some influence over the general public, which, hello, no, you don't. I mean, you got a movie that cost over $200 million to make, and in the first weekend, it only made $40 million. What's that tell you? People are not interested in going to see a woke Snow White movie. And there's a lot of people that I know, they're not taking their kids to this.
Nope.
You know, Disney, say what you want about it, it's bad enough as it is. A lot of people don't realize that. But to take kids to this movie is just ludicrous. It's ridiculous.
Wow, I agree with you, Jimmy. Hi, Leonard. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, that's
Doing
somebody.
good. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. I can't complain.
That's somebody new. Welcome, Leonard. Is it Leonard?
Yes.
Leonard? What is it? I can't see.
Leonard.
Leonard. All right, Leonard.
Leonard.
Yeah, I just have a comment about the whole Disney thing in general.
Okay.
Now I don't know how old you both are, but me, my personal self, I grew up watching Disney, and I have seen the change in Disney now, and I wouldn't suggest, well, me, my personal self, I wouldn't watch Disney anymore because it's just the weaker it becomes, it's like it's opening the door for different things to just come in and just take over, not just in a spiritual thing, but just as our children as well. Because, you know, we have to be mindful in this day and time, in this generation, on even so as we as adults on what we watch and listen to as well, because, you know, we can intentionally and unintentionally open the door for things to come into our lives to take us over.
Agreed.
You know. So, and I just wanted to know what you all comment about everything.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, Leonard. The way Disney has gone over the last 30 years, it's been straight to the woke ideology. And even if you look back at the history of Disney, you know, I know one thing that the XJWs look at when it comes to Watchtower material, they look at all the hidden symbolism inside the material. But if you look at Disney, the hidden, going back years, I mean, even going back to the beginning of Mickey Mouse, when he was in a factory making Swiss cheese, and if you've seen the video, you know how he's making that Swiss cheese. Ruby, have you seen that video?
Yeah.
No, what are you talking about?
Look up, while I'm talking, look up Mickey Mouse makes Swiss cheese. Go to X. Go to X and look for it.
Oh, on X. Okay.
Okay. So they have been putting things in their movies, tons of stuff, referencing pedophilia, representing adrenochrome, representing the Illuminati. There's one where there's a Donald Duck film, or was it Donald Duck or Scrooge? One of those. But he's like at an eye doctor's office, and on the back of the wall, you see a chart which looks like a regular eye chart, but it says, "Ask about the Illuminati."
Is it this?
Let's see. Go ahead.
I had no idea that Swiss cheese was made this way.
Yeah. Play it.
Okay. No way. No way.
And in The Rescuers, in the movie The Rescuers, when they're going down their little roller coaster or they're in the car or something, you see a TV in the background and it's a scene from a porno scene. You see it right there in the movie. Yeah, so Disney has been dropping. I mean, we could talk about Disney for. If I knew we were going to be talking about Disney, I would have pulled a lot more stuff because there's tons of stuff out there showing the depravity that they are putting out there in their movies.
That's
And
sick.
yeah, go ahead, Leonard.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree with you more too, Jimmy. I mean, it's just times are just totally different now. And it's like even like with movies and TV shows, music, you know, we just have to be careful as a general whole. You know, we can't fall short into the trap, basically.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's funny to me though, because as I was growing up a JW, we were told to stay away from magic. We were told to stay away from, you know, all this other stuff that you see on regular cartoons, violence and whatever else. But in our household, Disney was okay. They let us watch Disney. And now that I look back on it, I'm thinking, wow, I really should not have been watching this stuff when I was little.
Yeah.
And so it was okay for my mom, a full NJW, to say, yeah, you can go ahead and watch Disney. Because, you know, we thought it was wholesome. We thought it was good, clean fun for the children. It is not. And then once you dig deeper into Disney and you find out that, you know, their ties to Epstein and how a lot of these Disney cruises ended up going to Epstein Island. Go back and look at Pinocchio. When Pinocchio says, or when that little dude with the white hair says, "We're rounding up stupid little boys."
Yeah, man.
And where they get,
I was just gonna read that.
yeah. And where are they taking them? They're taking them to Pleasure Island.
Yeah.
So there's tons of symbolism in Disney.
My camera's almost full.
Yeah. I have a question for you, Jimmy.
Okay.
When you were growing up, did your parents allow you to listen to music as opposed to R&B and soul music?
I was able to listen to the Q98 was the radio station I was allowed to listen to, and it played the pop music. It played your Madonnas, your Huey Lewis, your Chicago's, your Phil Collins. When I started to get a little older, like 11, 12, I started listening to Queen. You know, Another One Bites the Dust. When I heard that song, that was one of the first rock songs I ever heard. And my mom said, "You shouldn't be listening to that. That's talking about cocaine."
Wow.
And I'm like, "What's cocaine?" You know?
Right.
And then of course, you know, Kiss was big back in the early 80s, bigger in the 70s, but they were still doing stuff in the early 80s. And my mom said, "No, you're not supposed to be listening to that either. That stands for Knights in Satan's Service." And so when Guns N' Roses came out, they had The Cross on the album. I think it was The Cross on the album. Of course, anything rock music, my mother was totally against. But she was okay with me listening to Madonna. She was okay with me listening to Prince or, you know, was it Kool and the Gang? I love Kool and the Gang. Kool and the Gang was awesome. I love those guys. But it's just funny how they would let us listen to certain things, but not other things, but not realize that what they were actually letting us listening to was just as bad.
Right.
Ruby, same question to you.
No, my mom didn't really allow any movies or music. The only reason why I had music was because my dad would buy me things. So that's the only way I would, you know, play video games, or I had an iPod when they first came out.
Yeah.
That was the only place that I could get music. So I would download from iTunes his playlist, my dad's playlist, and that's how I got into freestyle house music. It was like like a throwback to the 80s, because that's what he liked to listen to. So that's where I got most of my music from. But other than that, I am not cultured at all. I'm doing it now. I'm learning about culture now as an adult.
Well, I just want to comment on my portion on that too before I pass it to Eric. I grew the first 9 years of my life. I grew up Baptist, and from the ages 10 and up, it was Pentecostal, and doing in the Pentecostal era, there were a lot of restrictions that I couldn't do because I was instantly what was ingrained in my head. If you was to listen to this, you were instantly going straight to hell. That was my interpretation of it.
Yep.
And so often, I would sneak and do it anyway, because at that time, when you were rebellious in that way, you're gonna do anything you want to anyway, to a degree. And see, me, I was always a music person anyway. I would listen to gospel, soul, R&B. And furthermore, I grew up around a lot of older people, like my older relatives. So I would listen to people like Al Green and Marvin Gaye, the Supremes, the Temptations. I really wasn't around my generation of young people, so I really couldn't. I liked it, new school music, but as what I call it, I was more of a closet listener because I didn't want to. How can I say it? I was torn between 2 generations.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I would try to fit in with my generation, but at the same time, I would try to please the older generation.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Makes total sense. Makes total sense.
Eric, we just
ahead,
leaving
Eric.
you out the conversation.
You want to comment on that, Eric, about music? Because I'm gonna go back to the political side of things, because when I talked about Disney, I opened up a can of worms I didn't think I was.
Oh yeah,
whole,
that's a
with the whole symbolism. So I'm gonna make a comment about that. But go ahead, Eric.
I actually don't got no comment on music because I just did a show on it, and I already said everything, and some of your listeners have already heard me said what I got to say about music. So I just be repeating myself. I was just talking about movies, like when you guys brought it up.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Disney's not music, right? Disney's movies. That's what I was. That's where my brain went.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Right. Thank you, Leonard, for hopping on though. But I am gonna move back onto the Disney subject.
Yeah. Well, Ruby, you and your cousin have been mispronouncing my name. It's Leonard.
Oh, Leonard. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it, Leonard.
Thank you, but thank you all for hearing me out and listening to me.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for hopping on.
Anytime.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Or stay.
You don't have to go. You don't have to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, if he wants to come back, he could come back, because I was just gonna move back to the Disney thing. I didn't think that Jimmy was gonna open up that can right tonight.
Sorry.
Because that is a lot. And that video that you just showed me, I got like literally nauseous just now. Like it's disgusting. You know what I'm saying? But the reason why go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead.
I was going to say the reason that I brought it up though is because we're talking about this Snow White thing and the woke ideology. This is not something that's new with Disney. It goes back to its inception. It goes back to its
add to that about what you're talking about, Jim.
Go ahead.
You talked about. I just want to get more detail with it. You talked about Pinocchio, and yeah, it's the coachman scene where he hires Honest John the fox and his little companion, and he goes, "How would you blokes like to make some real money?" And then the fox goes, "Who do I have to kill?" but they don't say kill. He just does the symbol of the neck on the throat,
Right.
because it's a kid's show, obviously. And then he says, no, it's nothing like that. And he's like, what does he say after that? I'm reading it. Hold on. He says, I got to fast forward it. All right, I'm collecting stupid little boys. He goes, stupid little boys, you know, the disobedient ones that play and give you play with you when they get out of school, and you see, and then he whispers, and you don't hear what they say. It goes completely silent. And then all of a sudden the fox goes, Pleasure Island, and he's all like shocked. And he says they never go missing because they never come back. Well, they don't come back as boys. Well, that evil shit was literally talking about the pedophile, the sex trafficking that was even going back on in the 40s. It was because they were I don't know if they started it then, but it was going to become bigger and bigger. And they were the evil in this world. They always expose their plan. They do some way or another. You just have to listen. You just have to listen and look for it. The most innocent Disney cartoon that my wife and I ever found, and it's my favorite cartoon that Disney ever did, was Robin Hood in the 1970s. I only found one issue with it. One little subliminal thing. It wasn't too bad, but it was still in there. It was when Little John was Little John and the fox Robin Hood were, and the bear and the fox were dressed as women, sneaking in to get into like a camp. And then they stole a bunch of loot and everything, and Little John had big boobs. And when they were running, they ran into each other, and he grabbed the boobs. So that was like a subliminal message. That is still, even back then, well, that was 70s. Yeah. This is worse. But yeah, they've been doing it for so long that what they did is they just gradually stepped up the heat. It's like when you can't just set it on boil to get a frog, it'll jump right out. But if you slowly cook them in it, right, that old expression, that's what they did to us in our morality. They slowly just made it worse and worse and worse. They kept creeping it in, and now it's to the point where they basically turned the heat up too fast. And we're all like, no, we're not buying your bullshit. We're not buying this. You didn't win. You didn't succeed. Most of America is moral, and we don't want this.
Yep.
So with Rachel, you made a great point, which is why that's the only good thing that I can say about my childhood, was that I wasn't exposed to any of that corruption of the mind, because that's exactly what they're doing to kids in schools. They call it, indoctrinating them to normalize these things, right? So I totally get that. But when I was watching Rachel and this whole movie, the premiere, like all the interviews that she was doing, everything that she was saying about Snow White, modernizing the story of Snow White, it was just nasty. Like, I don't know what it is. It was just nasty to kind of ruin the innocence of the story, the prince of the story. You know what I'm saying? Like, as a female, it's different for us, especially when we used to watch it as little girls, right? And now you see they're changing literally everything. If it wasn't bad enough that they changed Ariel to a black actress, then they go ahead and they do something like this. So it's like nobody wins. Nobody wins. But I wanted to ask the chat.
Oh, sorry.
Just really quickly, I wanted to ask you guys and ask the chat, because I don't know if this is okay or if it's not okay. In her, like, let's put ourselves in her shoes. She's the actress. She stole the spotlight. Whatever she wants to say, she got it, right? She's the main character. And then she goes ahead and she gets super political and puts her opinions out there, and it backlashes on the movie and everything. Do you think it was okay for her to do that? Or do you think she should have kept her opinions to herself for the sake of the movie? Or do you think she is entitled, like we say, freedom of speech? You could do and say whatever you want. Who cares if it ruined the movie? So I just wanted to ask you guys that, because I am like in total disagreement with the way she carries herself with the movie, the way she tried to promote it. She's inserting, like feminism, but the left's version of feminism, not the real feminism. It just feels like far left, in my opinion. What do you think?
So my opinion on this, a lot of times when you have a TV show or a movie, there is a contract that the stars have to sign Like, for example, on the Big Bang Theory, they had to sign off on the fact that they would never talk about their love lives in public.
Right.
They would never do that. Whenever they were required to go on shows that would promote the TV show and not themselves as a person. So if they got asked to be on, I don't know, for lack of better words, Oprah, okay, they were supposed to talk about just the show and not anything about their personal life.
Right.
So,
Right.
there's usually a contract there. Now, whether she had a contract with Disney to say, hey, you know, when this is all over and I'm out doing PR work, I get to say what I want. We don't know. We don't know if there's a contract there or not. So let's just say there wasn't a contract there. She does have the right to go out and do free speech. However, there's also she's got to realize the blowback on that. You know, you got a company here trying to put this movie out there so they can make money on it. But now you got the star out there just going off the rails and it's affecting their bottom line. And so, yeah, they're going to shut her up.
Right.
Which that's not cool. Now, this just hit me because, like I said, I haven't been on this story this week. But another thing to look at is with everything that we're seeing in the political world right now, there's a lot of exposure. A lot of things are being exposed. So was she a plant? Was she put in there to do something like this to bring attention to the normies about Disney?
Okay.
That just hit me. So there's several different ways to look at it, but what we are seeing right now is a lot of people that weren't paying attention before are paying attention because of what she did when she came out and talked about this stuff.
Okay, thank you, because I was so confused with it. Like, it bothered me. It actually bothered me. And I have to remind myself not to get that personal with these kind of things. I don't know what it is, but sometimes I still get caught in that little mini psyop in your mind that is distracting you from the real stuff. Whoops.
Yeah. It
the
happens.
Real stuff.
You know what? This would be a really good time, since you just said that, to play the one clip I sent you. No, I put it on my X. I put it on my X feed. It's a woman talking. It's like the most recent one I did. I play that little video because it's kind of goes along with what you just said.
Okay, so you sent it to me on my DMs, right?
It's on my X profile, my X page.
Oh, your profile. Okay, let me go to Jimmy's profile. All right, I'm gonna share your profile now.
I was waiting to see when we would be able to play this video, but after what you just said, this is not that one, not that one. That's that one right there.
This one. Okay, perfect. Let's play it.
For real. What the fuck are humans doing here? I don't know, from one day to the next. No. From 1 hour to the next. Whether I want to meditate my way into New Earth 5D fantasy land, or if I want to put my Doc Martens on and grab my Second Amendment and go start April 1861 to get shit done. All I know is it's a dumpster fire, and we're all lied to all the time. And I feel like everything is a psyop. So I think I'm just going to live in delusional fantasy land where I pretend like I don't know how fucked up this world is. Like, I want to go back to sleep. I want to go back to sleep. I did not think I was ever going to wish that I could go back into the pod and go back to sleep. Waking up is, I don't like it here. What the fuck? What? Who are we? What are we doing here? Why are we doing this? What's the point? I get it. It's to learn lessons and it's to grow and expand and evolve. But you know what? If we can't rid the stupid fucking, sorry, I'm trying not to cuss. If we can't rid the planet of all this evil, because we don't know who to trust and we don't know who's lying, and we pretty much know everybody's lying. And if we do nothing, evil persists. And we can't just sit around waiting for a savior, because I'm pretty sure if I was Satan if Satan was a thing. So if I was somebody who was really evil and running the world, I would coerce humans into waiting for someone to come save them. Meanwhile, me and my little minions would just wreak havoc and party and just do what we do best. I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm going insane.
That's how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. Well, welcome to the stage, Joseph.
Hey, Joseph.
You are on with us. You're here. Hi, Joseph. I think he's watching on another device. You're on the stage with us. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you guys hear me? You can hear me, Jimmy, right?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you could jump in whenever you want, Joseph. I don't know if you can hear me.
Hello.
There you go. There you go. We can hear you now.
Yeah, how are you, Jimmy?
Good. Is this Joseph Gallion?
Yes.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I finally made it.
You did. Welcome.
Yes, I am.
Joseph sends me a lot of stuff in my Facebook Messenger. He sends me a lot of good stuff.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
You got the floor. What would you like to say?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Did you have a Joseph?
I think he has a delay because he's probably watching on YouTube. He has to come to StreamYard to be live here.
Oh, okay.
So he has a slight delay.
Yeah. Once you leave the cult, you go down a lot of rabbit holes, and you just discover a lot of things.
Yeah, you sure do, and I think that's what frustrates so many people, and why so many people feel like Ruby does, because when you do wake up from the JW stuff, and then you realize, holy crap, there's a lot more I got to wake up to. It can be overwhelming because a lot of folks, they haven't even dealt with the trauma from waking up from Watchtower. And then all of a sudden they're finding out that Disney is wicked and that there's pedophilia all over the place. And there's a bunch of other stuff happening that they had no earthly clue about. And so that can really shock somebody's system. And to the point to where they're like, what the hell is going on here?
Right. Which is why I feel like nothing's going to change. Like she said, if we can't get rid of it, then what are we doing here? You might as well live in the delusion to survive, because if you don't and you stress yourself out every single day, you're going to have anxiety and depression.
Yeah, and that's why I look at different things. I mean, I don't look at the world that way. You know that. I believe that there has to come a time in history, and it's happened before. When there was awful times, oppressive states, holding their citizens hostages. Those times did end. In certain civilizations and certain countries, and so. This is an ideology that we've been fighting for a very long time. And the more people that realize that, hey, they are manipulating us and for their own benefit. And once you get enough people to realize that, their system falls apart. Like somebody said at the very beginning, that the left, their approval rating is 27%.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that people are waking up and realizing that, we've all been lied to about a lot of stuff.
Right. Quick announcement for Dallas. I see him backstage, but it's telling me your device is not connected. So I'm not sure if it's camera or audio, but you might have to check the settings on your computer or your phone, because it doesn't even let me add you to the stage, Dallas. So hop off and then hop back on. Check your settings. Okay, Jimmy. So we can move on to your news segment if you want to.
Yeah, we can do that. We may end up having to do a show with, or just at least a segment of a show on the Disney stuff.
Yeah, because I was not expecting all that. Like that threw me off. Like my whole brain was like it really threw me off.
Yeah, I've got way more clips that I can share with you, or
Oh my God.
point out to you, to show you this stuff. Because again, like Eric said, it does lead back into pedophilia and human trafficking.
Right. Yeah, that's disgusting. It's disturbing.
And then there's the Disney labs where they quote grow their stars. So
No way.
there's that, and of course Club 33. Somebody mentioned that in the comments a little while ago, but Club 33 for Disney. And just my last comment on that, it's just kind of weird because when you're growing up as a kid, and everybody's like, oh yeah, we got to go to Disney World, it's the happiest place on the earth, and blah blah blah. I have never inside me had the desire to ever go to Disney World.
Yep.
And
I know how you feel.
And it's kind of weird because I've had that feeling my whole life. But then when I started going down the rabbit holes and finding out how evil Disney is, I was like, my soul was telling me something before I even knew it.
Yeah.
That's just weird to me. So it's kind of interesting though.
Right. Okay, everybody, we're going to move on to the news hour. So if you hear something that you want to comment on, click the link, join the stage, and you have, a moment to give a comment. Remember, we're doing like a 3-minute timer. So just wanted to remind everybody. And let's hit it, Jimmy. What you got for us?
All right. So I've got information going from last Monday to Friday, and I'm hearing an echo.
It's Joseph, so I'll just mute him in the meantime.
Okay, cool. All right. And if you're new to the show, I like to remind everybody this information that I get comes from Enoch News Blast. He has a channel over on Telegram. And basically what he does is he puts out headlines of different things that are in the news. And then you can, whatever you hear that interests you, then you can go and research it. Now, there's some of the stuff, again, that I haven't even heard about, I don't know about, but we can talk about it. So if you are in the chat, in the audience, and I mention something that you're like, oh, Jimmy, I know something about that, please come on stage with us.
Right.
And we'll talk about that. And then we'll discuss that point, but then we'll move on to the next things because we don't want to get too far sidetracked while we're doing the news blast. So anyway, all right, let's go back to Monday, March 24th. Trump holds cabinet meeting with Elon Musk in attendance. that sent the liberals into hysteria. Of course it does. Secretary Lutnick announces new commercial agreement between Korea Air, Boeing, and GE Aerospace. Job applications surging among DOGE targets in federal government. So all these people, looking for jobs. Maui doctor arrested for allegedly trying to kill wife during a hike.
What the heck?
Yeah, I don't know nothing about that one. Maui doctor arrested for allegedly trying. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that one.
Okay.
Okay, now I hope I pronounce this right. It's apparently an Indian tribe. Potawatomi, Potawatomi, to reclaim tribal land in DeKalb County. Now, DeKalb County is in Georgia. I do know that. So apparently there is an Indian tribe that's trying to reclaim some land in that county. This one was interesting. 23andMe files for bankruptcy and will try to find a buyer. Why is that important?
I mean, I didn't know about them, but I also heard about Party City.
Okay, yeah, Party City, they're closing. You know what 23andMe does, right?
The DNA, right? Or the ancestry, something like that?
They collect the DNA. and also with Ancestry.com.
Right,
Have you gone down the rabbit holes on why they're collecting people's DNA?
No.
Okay,
I have
well,
not.
we'll have to talk about that later.
No. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Okay. Trump picks acting CDC director Susan Monares to lead the agency. Postmaster General Louis DeJoy resigns after 5 years in the position. I did not know that. Thank God, because that dude was horrible. ICE nearing historic deal with IRS to aid in deportations. So the IRS is going to help ICE with deportations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, that's weird.
After I do these, I have to go back and look and see what the hell is going on with that one. All right. That was Monday. Any comments on Monday?
No, but I see people are commenting that they have DNA, right? So that's the company. Julian. Hey, Julian. He says, I thought the Mormons owned 23andMe.
I don't know. I don't know who owns it.
That would be a plot twist. Thrifty says 23andMe DNA testing had a data breach recently too.
Yeah.
Okay, that was it on that.
So going back to them and Ancestry.com, they were trying to get people to voluntarily send their DNA in, just to, so you could find out, what ethnicity you were. But they're doing some other stuff with that DNA. And if 23andMe is looking for a buyer, who would want to go out there and buy people's DNA? And if people don't willingly give up their DNA through these companies, what's another way they can collect it? The swabs. The swabs.
Okay, which was the COVID stuff.
Yeah.
That was the easy way to get everybody to volunteer themselves to give over their DNA, right? I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole nother topic.
Okay, wait. I have a question. So I agree with you about the DNA, but like Johnny just said, it's under the guise of finding out about your family. So is that not the truth about your family if you give your DNA?
Oh, well, they can go back and find out about your history, your ancestry and stuff. They can go back. But do you really think that that's what they're going to do with this DNA stuff? I mean,
okay.
They're giving the public something, but in the background they're doing something nefarious with it.
I see. Okay, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that, but okay, I'm gonna counter this point because just like Chad said in the comments, he says they have everyone's DNA from birth certificates. I don't know about the certificates, but I do agree with that they have our information, our DNA since birth, from going to the doctor, getting blood tests. If you ever had to go to the hospital, they have your information, they have your DNA. So does it really matter?
I'd have to see about getting the DNA as far as that, because I know you put your footprint on the thing, you put your
right.
And it might have been a situation where back in the 60s, maybe they weren't holding on to that stuff for the babies. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. But I understand, the commenter's comment. I get that. But yeah, you talk about that they've always wanted to hack our DNA, change our DNA, things like that. So, and then there's other theories out there about why they're looking for the DNA, but I'm not really wanting to talk about that because if I do, it's going to go down another huge rabbit hole right now.
Okay, so we're going to do a whole separate episode about that because Johnny says, yes, it does matter. I don't know. My position is it doesn't really matter because they already have it. And like, I do understand that they might sell it or they might use it for purposes that is not what they, sell it to you for. But in my opinion, I'm like, listen, the government listens to our phone calls. They've probably seen you naked on a camera in your house or something. They got your DNA, your blood type, like from the day you were born to the day you die, they have data on you. So what does it really matter if they still have your DNA? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it does. I agree with Johnny on that because of what can be done with it. If you've ever watched Dr. Moreau, The Island of Dr. Moreau, and what they did with gene splicing and splicing of DNAs. This also goes back to a long time ago on what they. Yeah, so it's a whole ordeal.
All right. Before we move on, we got a super sticker, $3 from Vinny Pots and Pans.
Okay.
What a name. Well, thank you, Vinny. That's amazing.
That's cool.
All right, Jimmy, go ahead.
So let's go into Tuesday of last week. Trump stands by Mike Waltz after disclosure of Yemen strike plans to the Atlantic editor. Y'all know about that, right?
But I don't care. Okay, hold on. I don't really care about the leak. What I care about is that people are actually dying over there because of the bombs dropping. So what is Trump really doing? I thought we were anti-war.
So this goes back to the Yemeni thing, the Houthis in Yemen. Okay. Right. So what we do know about them is they are attacking the shipping lanes and ships and killing of innocent people and all that. And they are backed by Iran. So that would be a good thing to have that stopped. They need to stop attacking ships and let stuff flow through there. So they are a terrorist organization.
Okay. Question really quick. Because me and my husband were talking about this, right? And he kind of wanted me to think outside that box. What if they're not terrorists? What if that's another lie? What if that's propaganda? What if that's another reason or excuse to provoke a war or to provoke exactly what's happening right now, for these bombs to be dropping, for people to die, when this is a cycle that will never end? And we already know it never ends. But have you thought about that?
I guess the only thing I could say to that is let's just look at the history of what these people have been doing in that area. They've been doing this for quite some time. Piracy, taking these ships captive. To me personally, it's no different than what the Mexican drug cartels do.
Okay.
So, so that's how I feel about it. And of course, the Iranians and the terrorist organizations, they don't want those ships going through and bringing supplies to people and things like that. So it's a whole deal. But when it comes back to this whole thing with Signal Lab, I've been trying to tell people, there was no classified information that was released. It's funny to me how the left has lost their mind over this issue when they didn't say two shits about Hillary Clinton's emails or Anthony Weiner's laptops, the information that comes out there, Hunter Biden's laptop, all the information that's come out on that. They didn't give crap about national security for the United States when the Biden administration was letting people come into the country and go all over the place and committing horrific crimes, murders, rapes on innocent Americans. They didn't care about that. But there's a chat, there's a leak. Oh my God, this is the world's ending. They've lost their damn minds over this. And like I told everybody, there's another chat that I'm involved in, and I told these guys, I was like, listen, 2 weeks from now, this is going to be a non-story. This is a nothing burger. This is another way for the left to try to recreate what they did with the Russia stuff. That's all this is.
All right. We can move on. I'll accept it for now. But it doesn't hurt to think outside that box. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I don't trust. Yeah.
Hey, that's the way to do it. I mean, all right. So Hegseth gives orders to enhance military mission at the southern border. Trump administration pauses some green card applications as part of aggressive vetting effort, which I think before you come to this, you should be vetted. I heard something today. It was on the Wright Report, and I can't remember the guy he quoted, but they were saying that the migrants that were coming in under the Biden administration, they were leaving their IDs at the border and willing to take new names as they came into the United States.
And
And the people that were vetting them were just taking their word for it. Oh, your name is Carlos? Okay, Carlos, how you doing today, Carlos?
No,
Yeah,
no.
they were not doing. I'll have to find that clip, but they were not doing anything to vet anybody coming into this country.
Oh
So, and yeah. So I'm cool with this. CDC is pulling back $11 billion in COVID funding sent to health departments. So I can speak to that because I know with the health department that my wife was working at, she had a lot of refugees coming in there, a lot of migrants coming in there, and they were basically getting free health care. And this money was coming from the CDC to push this agenda. So it's good that they're pulling that back. Trump overhauls U.S. elections in new executive order, including proof of citizenship. I'm sure that executive order will end up going to the Supreme Court, like several of the other ones are too. Russia and Ukraine agree Black Sea ceasefire. Trump issues pardon for Hunter Biden's ex-business partner Devin Archer. We did mention that last week too. So Devin Archer got a pardon. I bet you he's singing like a canary right now. Trump orders FBI to declassify documents from Crossfire Hurricane.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
All right, Crossfire Hurricane is where the deep state players were basically presenting information to the FISA court that would allow them to get wiretapping surveillance issued by the court so that they could do wiretapping on the Trump administration and other individuals. The problem with this is the information that they were bringing to the courts was fake, phony, and false. But the judges were like, yeah, we're just going to let this fly and we're going to give you these FISA warrants. And so this plays into the whole Russia thing, because, you know, when Trump says, hey, they spied on my campaign, that's the Crossfire Hurricane stuff.
Okay.
That's a very important thing to understand. I know it's a lot of cloak and dagger, you know, political movie thriller information. But yeah, it's very important to understand what that is, because that's going to come back and bite the deep state.
Okay.
All right, Wednesday. Moving on. Oh, wait, let's check the chat. Any comments for Tuesday?
Yes. Lisa Sands says, sometimes things are done by Trump knowing the left will run with it in order to bring their misdeeds back to the forefront that most people have forgotten.
Yep. Agree. 100%.
All right. Jennifer M says, yeah, Peter Santinello did videos with sheriffs at the borders. They were picking up all kinds of foreign IDs and currency by the border.
Yep.
All right. Cat B says, globalists are obsessed with destroying democracies to bring in OWG. Western Christian is under attack.
Okay.
All right. And that's about it for that section.
Okay. All right. So let's move on to Wednesday. Again, it says more Atlantic Gate. That's more of this whole Signal app thing. They really tried to push this thing last week. Trump floats tariff reduction in if China agrees to a TikTok deal. And the whole deal with that is they want TikTok to be sold to an American company is what they want. So tech issues hit Doge's 5 things email requirement for federal employees. Tech issues hit Doge's 5 things email requirement for federal employees. Oh, I wonder what kind of tech issues that was. Trump places 25% tariffs on auto imports. And there's going to be more information coming out tomorrow about tariffs and stuff. So it's going to get crazier.
Okay.
Will Smith
Here we go.
Gets a street named after him in a Philadelphia neighborhood where he was born and raised.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares?
Whatever.
Texas Doge bill passes Senate to streamline state regulations. Federal judge who drew Trump's anger picks up a new case against administration. And it's really funny when you talk about these federal judges. Basically, when cases come out, they are, it's like, who's next in line to get this case? Okay. This judge, I can't remember his last name, he's gotten 4 of these Trump cases back to back to back to back. That doesn't happen normally.
Okay, I see.
So how and why is this particular judge getting all the Trump cases?
Yeah.
Okay.
We know.
We know. Supreme Court upholds Biden rule requiring serial numbers and background checks for ghost guns. Sure, there's some blow. I didn't know about that one. Tinfoil tea times read this line and realize it's about them. I have no idea who tinfoil tea time is.
Nope, no clue.
I don't even know what that is. 4 U.S. Army soldiers go missing in Lithuania during a training exercise.
Oh, yeah. Training exercise. I don't know if I believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
No.
All right, that was Wednesday. Go on to Thursday, and we only have Thursday and Friday. Thursday, Rubio says State Department has revoked at least 300 student visas. Good. Suspected U.S. strikes pummel the Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen.
There we go.
I see that as good. Trump pulls Representative Elise Stefanak's nomination to be UN ambassador. Didn't know that. Strong earthquake rocks Thai capital of Bangkok. Did you see the videos on that?
The earthquake? Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
There's a XJW YouTuber that lives over there, and he commented somewhere on YouTube about that.
Oh,
no,
really?
I mean Instagram. Yeah, his name is Tatum. No, I forgot his name. But let me see. Yeah, he lives over there, and he shared it on Instagram. But he made it sound like that's normal over there. So I don't know if it hit that hard.
The videos I seen were pretty catastrophic. But I mean, that fault line that area is on is kind of like the same with the San Andreas fault. It's very active and everything.
Okay, so this is the guy on YouTube. I follow him. Thanum Jackson. He lives over there, and he's a XJW, and he happened to be there when the earthquake happened. So, yeah, that's how I heard about it.
Okay, cool deal. All right. Trump signs order to remove improper ideology from the Smithsonian. I need to look into that one. Also from museums let me start over. Trump signs order to remove improper ideology from Smithsonian museums and zoos. So if folks know anything about the Smithsonian, that's also been a tool used by the deep state to suppress information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jimmy. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm going to take a phone call, but you go right ahead. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. If anybody, you can't join because she can't let you in there. Anyway, Canada PM Mark Carney says old relationship with the U.S. is over. King Charles released from hospital after experiencing side effects from cancer treatment. Kansas child said monster was under their bed, and the babysitter finds a man hiding there. That's kind of scary. Trump signs order to make the nation's capital safe again. Several dead after tourist submarine sinks off the coast of Egypt. And dangerous fungus spreading in the U.S. hospitals has rapidly increased. Okay, so I've not heard anything about that one, but I'm sure if we looked into it, it could be another fear thing. that they're trying to drum up because they're really trying to get some type of pandemic or something off the ground again to push the fear. All right, so before I go into Friday, let me look at the chat.
Okay, I'm back too. Sorry.
Okay, you're fine. Apparently, Senator is fault. No, minute. Anybody can join. Social Security. Oh, okay. So Lisa, Judge Boasberg, Boasberg. Yes, thank you. That's that judge. See, sometimes okay. All right. So let's go into Friday. Did you hear about the babysitter finding a man under the bed? Did you hear me say that?
No. What the heck?
Yeah. Kansas child said monster was under their bed, and the babysitter
Oh, yes.
babysitter finds man hiding there.
That's insane. Okay. You see, this is why we have the Second Amendment. Another reason why is to protect yourself.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah, exactly. All right. But this is all imaginary. This is all for entertainment purposes only. It's okay.
Nah, chill. Not that. No way.
All right. Friday, March 28th. Trump chooses Sarah Carter as next drug czar. Elon Musk and Doge aides do a Fox News interview. FBI investigating cyber attack at Oracle. Death toll in the earthquakes near 1,100 with hundreds more injured. Trump administration rejects Putin's proposal that the UN should govern Ukraine. Trump administration takes steps to formally shutter U.S. aid. Yeah, that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Elon Musk's AI startup acquires X in deal that values social media platform at, $33 billion. 33.
Here we go.
Is that a poke in the eye to the deep state right there?
Yep.
Close call reported between Delta flight and Air Force jet near Reagan National. Here we go with another plane issue. We have one every week.
Mm-hmm.
Israel conducts first strike on Beirut since Hezbollah ceasefire. And solar flare activity heightens with strong X1.1. And I really think that's another thing that they're going to try to use to push fear is these solar flares and stuff like that. Because if you remember one thing that the deep state likes to do, they like to use things invisible.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't see the virus, and you can't see solar flares. You can't see, I mean, none of us has really been to the glacier to see them melting or what. So they use things that people can't see. And then they just push their narrative. So, and at the time that I went to go look for these things, they didn't have the weekend report up yet. So that's what I have for this week so far.
No, yeah, that's fine because I mean, I didn't know half of the things on that list because I don't really follow the news, but that's why we got you.
I will say this, we've had folks ask about, is the deep state in other countries? Is it just in the United States? I did hear today on the Right Report, if we look at two other countries, let's look at France and let's look at Romania. France was supposed to have elections next year, in 2026. And the leading candidate, Maria Le Pen, her family's been involved in French politics for a long time, and they would be considered in our like right wing. Okay. Right. And so now the left wing, if you want to call it that, have accused her of bribery and money laundering.
Of course.
Yeah. And they're trying to give her a sentence to where she can't run for president. Sound familiar?
Exactly.
And they're also doing the same thing to a conservative politician in Romania. They're attacking him and trying to put him in jail and keep him from running for president in Romania. So we know they did it to Bolsonaro. They're doing it to Le Pen. They're doing it to the guy in Romania. They've done it to Trump. Do you see a pattern?
Right. Yeah. And I do believe that there is deep states all around the world.
Yeah.
They work together. They are each other. They're a part of the same family. They're just cousins. And they use all of us as their playthings.
Yep.
But we're actually real people.
Yep.
And that's why America is so special, is because we have our Constitution the way and the Bill of Rights. Like Jesse always says, that's what makes us better. And it's true, because if we were not armed the way that we are, America would be just as bad as them or worse.
Oh, it would have been horrible. We really need to do a show. And I thought about doing this last week, but I was like, let me talk to Ruby about it first.
Okay.
But we really need to do some information on the 16-year plan, because I don't think people really understand the gravity of what we've been facing over the last 16 to 20 years. And, it really started with Obama, and basically what they wanted to do to destroy this country. The reason I bring this up, because their ultimate end goal was to get rid of the Constitution.
Right.
If the United States loses a war, then they lose their Constitution. And the Constitution has been the shield for the American people. And it's not only been for the American people, but other countries look and be like, hey, we want that too. And they have to fight harder for it, because they don't have a constitution like we have. But there's many countries out there that do want to have a constitution like the United States, because it does protect the people.
Right. Yeah. And that's what makes us different, because if we didn't have the guns that we had, if we didn't have the freedom of speech, if we had nothing like what these other countries, I mean, I think they try to mimic us, but it's not the same. You could get arrested for a meme. You could get arrested for offending somebody with a joke. You know what I'm saying? Like, they try to mimic us, and they want to pretend that they're our allies, but they're not. They do not have our same values. They don't share none of those values whatsoever of freedom. So we would be just as bad, or maybe worse.
Oh yeah,
if we didn't have what we have.
I don't really think people understand how bad it could have gotten here in the United States over the last 8 years. They want to bitch and complain about Trump, but just be glad that you're still here so you can bitch and complain about Trump.
Yo, word. So before we move into the nasty nitty gritty topics that I want to dive into that are going to get people offended, and it's going to get messy in about 30 minutes. But before it gets messy, there was a comment that I told Courtney here that I would bring up for you after the news. She's asking you that she sent you her family's experience with Watchtower as a PDF document called C&L Public Appeal. Have you finished reading through the material?
I have not finished reading the material. I apologize. That's why I haven't responded yet back. It's been a very busy week. I had continuing education I had to do for my insurance. I had 24 hours of schoolwork I had to do, and plus other things. So no, I have not finished reading the letter yet.
Okay, Courtney, if you're still here, there goes your answer. Doreen says, did you hear Vance went to Greenland, and Greenland wants to be part of the US because Denmark has had them for 30 years and they're pretty much treated like a stepchild?
Yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah. I
didn't. And I'm honest with you, I'm still against it. I don't think they should be bought. I don't think they should be American. Let's move on. I'm just against it. I could go all night with that one.
I'll just say with that, Ruby, there is a strategic reason for us to be interested in Greenland.
I understand that part though. But what I'm saying is, it is more important. Americanism is more important than a strategy. Our freedoms and our values, our morals, like literally everything about us is more important, in my opinion, society-wise, than a strategy. But I get it.
I guess my only pushback on that would be is if you don't have a strategy to protect your homeland, you may not have a homeland to be proud of.
So let's own them. but don't call them American. Don't let them adopt our
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, they could be like a Puerto Rico.
And even that sucks. So
Yeah,
you see, that's why I'm so torn with this, because it just bothers me. We're gonna move on.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So I made a new like mid what do we call it? Like a intro for the middle section of our show.
Yeah, because we're trying
And-
not to go 4 hours.
Yeah, because sometimes it drags out like that, 3-4 hours. And I wanted to put something right in the middle or close to the middle, so that this is the signal that we're gonna get messy. We're gonna get into conspiracies. We're gonna get into the nitty-gritty of politics that kind of it dives into the offensive side.
Oh yeah, I think I know where you're going. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go into Kanye West, now known as Ye. We're gonna go into Ben Shapiro. We're gonna go into the recap of JFK and the pyramids. We're gonna go into more hot topics / very unpopular opinions that I have.
Are we gonna talk about Hitler tonight?
Yes, we are. Let's roll the intro, because it's gonna get messy. Yeah.
Nice. I like that.
Thank you. So when you see that, just know that this is the time for you to hop on right now, so that you can share your opinions. Because we're gonna go on a roll, and it's gonna get messy. So I'm gonna just give that disclaimer right now. I am sorry, not sorry, if you get offended with anything that I say or show in the next 2 to 3 hours.
Before we go any further, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back.
All right, so we're gonna wait for Jimmy. If anybody wants to hop on, now is the time to do so for the bathroom break. Dang, Dallas, I see you backstage, but it says you have to connect your device. It's not letting me even click on your name. Dang, Dallas. If you're using a phone, maybe you have to like click permissions and then access like allow camera, allow video. See if that works, because it has to be connected for you. At least audio has to be connected for you to hop on. Yes, illegal. Maybe you should go on. Yo, definitely hop on, illegal. If anybody else wants to hop on, you got a few minutes while Jimmy's in the bathroom break, because it's gonna get lit. Johnny says Ruby had to restart phone. What is this portion of the show about? Dang, Johnny, did you just miss the clip? Okay, I think Jimmy's back. You're back?
Yeah, play it again for the ones that missed it.
All right, I'm gonna play this again. This is the signal that we're gonna get messy, we're gonna get dirty, we're gonna get offensive. Not me. I'm gonna get dirty, I'm gonna get messy, I'm gonna get offensive. So let's play it again for Johnny and anybody else who missed it. There you go, Johnny. Just for you, Johnny.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Okay. I love
So
the
where are
beat.
you going first?
All right. So we're gonna get to Kanye. Yay. We're gonna get to Yay in a minute. let me know if you guys already know the shenanigans that Ye has been up to the past few years. And it's not even shenanigans, it's the truth. And I'm here for it. Okay. This is I am Candace Owens and Ye West.
Okay.
Joseph is back. Hey, Joseph.
Yes, this is a topic that is going to be hot.
It definitely is. But Jimmy, do you want to, before I get into the Yay part of it, do you want to mention what was just recently released to the public about Hitler?
You want to start with that?
I mean, sure, because then it would make sense
Okay.
a little bit into those conspiracies.
So go to your DMs, and I sent you 2 videos, one with the guy in the car and another video by Redacted. Well, they're only like 3 minutes in total as far. One's more like a minute, the other one like 2 minutes. I would play those real quick, and then we'll follow it up with the screenshot that I sent you for the Q post.
Okay.
So when it comes to this Hitler stuff, very interesting. Roll the clip.
All right.
Adolf Hitler didn't kill himself in a bunker in Berlin.
The people are going to start losing their
The
mind.
Red Army closed in. I think that's, we all know that was a fabricated story, or if you watch the show, you probably understand that. Hitler actually fled Germany weeks before that using a group of underground tunnels that led to an airstrip. And that airstrip was flown. He was flown from Berlin out. It took submarines, or multiple submarines that were used, U-boats that were then sent to Argentina. In other words, Hitler lived for nearly 2 decades more in Argentina, along with vast numbers of the Third Reich. Well, now Argentinian President Javier Milei has just ordered the release of all remaining documents on all of those Nazis who fled Germany and moved to Argentina after World War II. Basically, it was almost like a second base of operations in Argentina. If you're not familiar with that, like basically the Third Reich operated out of Argentina and Germany. Yep. And many of them, including Adolf Hitler, lived in Argentina well after 1945. Most people know that Hitler lived out his days in Bariloche, Argentina, until he died there in the mid-1960s. Yes, you can read the CIA documents about this. The FBI documents also about sightings of Hitler in this area. They knew about it. Of course they knew about it. It was largely facilitated, I think it's safe to say, by the United States and its allies. Operation Paperclip, anybody? Quid pro quo?
Also, if you look into this, the skull that is held in Russia that was supposedly the remains of Adolf Hitler with a bullet wound in it is female.
Yeah.
So when you look for proof that Hitler did in fact kill himself in the bunker, you are going to find a lot of dead ends.
Yeah. And all you need to read, you can read a great book on this called The Gray Wolf. It's a great book. There's many books written about this now. But yeah, the skull, the fragments, they ran the DNA tests on it. And the Soviets allowed them to do this testing. And even Stalin openly talked about that Hitler lived, that he was not there. So Stalin even knew about it. It's widely known in Argentina, by the way, well known, that Hitler sired 2 children while he lived in Argentina.
Okay. Play
So
the
that's
next
first clip.
Yeah.
It's a lot on my Instagram lives that we do every day at 3 o'clock, around 3. We talked about Hitler, what really happened, who he really was. And all of a sudden, Argentina comes out and the president releases all these classified documents about how Hitler escaped Germany and went and lived a life over in Argentina. Not only that, did you know this? Oh yeah, the Q board. Wait. 2018 told us pretty much. Well, who is Angela? Is that his daughter? Wait, he went over there, had a family maybe? Hitler was talked about in the Q board? Man, this is wild, man. This is wild. We have been lied to about literally everything in school. Literally everything. What a time to be alive. I highly suggest do some research and digging. Love y'all.
Okay, so he highlighted that Q post. So if you want to pull that Q post up, I want that to be read so the public can see it and know what it says. And it's going to be too small, so I'm going to need you to read that for. I should have printed it out, but I didn't. So can you read that, Ruby?
Yeah, I'll see if I can zoom in. Okay, so this was posted March 10th, 2018. Angela Dorothea Kastner, daughter of a pastor, name of father, history of father, Hitler Youth member, haircut today versus then, symbolic, U.S. intelligence post-war controlled who, the mission, who is Angela Hitler, relationship to Adolf, how were children named in Germany during this period, first or middle, family tree, Anna, Maria, Alois, examples, risk of conspiracy label, the deeper we go, truth will shock the world, Q.
Okay. So basically what that is telling us after we've done digging, there's more to it, but one of the main things to take away from that is in the first video, it said that Hitler fathered 2 children. And one, I can't remember off the top of my head who one of them was, but the other one was Angela Merkel, the former prime minister or former chancellor of Germany.
Stop.
Yeah, that's who that's referring to. That's his daughter, allegedly.
Wait. Let's Google that really quick. You said Angela.
Yeah, she was born in 1954, so the timing works.
Oh, what was her last name?
Merkel, Merkal, I think.
Merkel. Oh no, they're giving me the UK one. She's the British one, right? Oh no, she's German.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Whoa. I thought. Hold on. I'm sorry. My mind is blowing on live. This chick?
Yeah. That is allegedly Hitler's daughter.
What?
And if you look, she was born in 1954, correct?
Born 1954, yep.
So that math works because World War II ended in 1945. So if he was swept away to Argentina, which redacted was correct, Argentina was a base for the Nazi regime. A lot of people didn't talk about it, but it was. And so if he went there in 1945, 9 years later, they have this baby, right? And I can't remember what the other one was. I'd have to look it back up, but it's another famous person. Oh, God, who was it? Jesus, I can't remember who it was. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, so allegedly, that is Hitler's daughter.
And who's saying this?
Digital soldiers and CIA documents and FBI classified information that's being released right now.
Wow.
And the reason why this is important, regardless of whatever you think, all right, you know, you got the CIA files, you got the FBI files are coming out about this. So if this is true, let's just say it that way. If this is true, that proves to everybody that we've been lied to about everything. You know, I know we say that phrase a lot.
Yeah.
But then when we show you stuff,
yeah, right,
to back that up, it makes it more real to you.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. Let me get to the chats because my mind is blown right now. Julian says, I've been looking into this for quite a while now. All I can say, it's possible, but there still has to be further substantiated. Beverly says, I heard he was in Brazil.
I haven't heard the Brazil thing. I've heard Argentina.
Yeah, and I remember. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Joseph.
It's definitely in Argentina, and the president of Argentina is going to, in the near future, release all those files regarding all those Nazi characters that were living in Argentina. And that also includes Hitler and his two children.
Wow. So this is a good question from Cat B. Why are they releasing them now? Why so long? That's a good question.
You want the
Well,
short answer?
Yes.
Well, Argentina for many years was had a lot of political upheaval through its history, and just recently, the president now is a populist in the same order as Donald Trump, and all this information is going to be dumped to the public, just like we're being dumped with the JFK files. Then soon we're going to have Martin Luther King, and then Bobby Kennedy's all those files about Sirhan Sirhan.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be released.
Yeah, and my short answer to why this is being done now is because for way too long the deep state has been in control. They've been able to control this information. They've been able to suppress this information. And this is why they have fought so hard against folks of a populist movement, Trump, Milei, Bolsonaro, and many others that actually want to expose them. So what is going on right now is the deep state globalists, they have lost control. They're not in control. Now, when I say that, that doesn't mean that they don't have some influence in some areas because the war is still going on. But for the most part, they're losing control of the narrative. And that's one thing that they never thought would happen, is they thought they'd be able to control by censoring people, by shutting people up, taking people out, so that this information didn't come out. Because they know that if this information ever got out, the jig is up for them. Because once the people find out, it comes out that Hitler lived 20 years after World War II. Mm-hmm. That's going to wake up a lot of people.
Right.
Because they're going to be like, do what? And we've heard the theory before. It's been around for a long. I mean, like the guy in the video said, Stalin talked about it openly. And then you think about what the United States did during that time. They took Nazi scientists and made, guess what? NASA. They used these engineers, and they created NASA. And what have we learned about NASA? That NASA is deceitful. They've lied to us. They're evil. And so, yeah, people are starting to find out information that for the first part of it, they're just like, what? My mind's blown. I don't believe this. Cognitive dissonance kicks in. But you got to work through it, because this stuff is out there and it's being backed up with documentation.
Okay. I mean, that one, it's like 50-50 for me, because I was getting Hitler pilled already. Like, I was reading his books. I was looking him up on X, talking to people who believe those things and, believe in Hitler stuff. So it's not that crazy.
Right.
What's more crazy is that he is the lie, is how the lie was bought and nobody questioned it. Nobody did anything. And they raised us in the school system believing as if he was a bad guy.
You kind of look about what we started off with, this whole Snow White thing. If there was no pushback to what Rachel Zegler has been saying and all that, then everybody would just go on believing that whatever she said was correct. If there was no pushback from folks, that aren't into the woke ideology and everything, they would have been able to just run that narrative forever, change a generation. And then the next generation would never have known about the original Snow White story. You see what I'm saying? Where I'm going with this?
Right. And that was kind of my mission. It was getting to the bottom of the Hitler stuff, the Anne Frank narrative. And there's a whole rabbit hole with that she didn't even write her diary.
Yeah.
that hit me hard because I remember reading Anne Frank's. I couldn't even read the diary. That's how hard, like, it messed with your spirit when you was reading Anne Frank, and come to find out that it's possibly fake,
Mm-hmm.
that was planted, that it was made, that people they could buy into the Holocaust story.
Right.
Welcome to the stage, Johnny. You've been in the chat the whole time. I was waiting for you to hop on.
You had me at the word conspiracy. What's up, everybody? Jimmy, how's it going, man?
Good, bro.
All right. Before I go into the chat, Johnny, if you want to make any comments, make it now. You got 3 minutes, and then I'm going to hit the comments. Go ahead.
Well, it's a tough nut to crack about the whole Hitler thing or anything, because as soon as I hear the CIA release the documents, the CIA only has one job: to lie. So they might leave breadcrumbs. That's revelation of the method, like Jimmy was talking about like 15 minutes ago, sorry, actually it was Ricky in the comments, where they have to say certain things. This is a karmic hand washing for them. Yep. But I'm just here to hear about it. You know what I mean? Because it's endlessly fascinating. The one thing that the guy with the glasses sitting in his car said that is true is what a time to be alive. So, I think it's, and then we turn to Google. Google meant, Google is government run. Google's going to show you whatever they want to show you. And you can go to Yandex for a few years and that's going to wash out, et cetera, et cetera. Just like people that don't want to believe that any one of these apps like Signal, Telegram, it's all government run. It's all government run. That doesn't mean that it can't be utilized for a resource, obviously. But in the end, only our gut instinct, talking how we're talking, and trying to do some sort of independent research is going to have even an inkling that gets even close to the truth at all. So you had me at conspiracy, so I'm sticking around for it.
Yeah, I like to bring that element because right now it's like you can't really prove it, but you can't not say that it's not true. We just have to leave it up in the air and just speculate right now. There was a question in here. Let me see. Did I start? Okay, I started. I'm going to let Jimmy go first on this question.
Uh-oh.
Jimmy and Ruby, are you folks Holocaust deniers?
Ah, Jesus.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna let Jimmy go first.
Great.
Don't you dare deny it, Jimmy.
I'll just say this, because I watched a documentary, and you can take it for what it's worth. It's called Europe of the Last Battle. I have it saved on I have Telegram, and I have a thing saved just for that, for those that are interested in watching that perspective of World War II. When I watched that, it really changed my view of what we have been told about World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that people have come out and tried to debunk that documentary and say it's all, anti-Semitic and all that stuff. But I'm sticking with the fact that I don't think that we've been told the truth about anything. So when it comes to the Holocaust, I have issues with that. I think we were lied to about that.
Well, and what happens is a certain. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joseph.
A was created after World War II.
Yeah.
What's the main purpose of it is covert activities. Mm-hmm. The same thing in Israel. They have the Mossad. It's covert activities.
Yep.
And that's the key element of the deep state. That's just one of their tools to try to control history and nations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what gets me is, there's people out there that want to say, oh, well, don't you care about the 6 million Jews that died in the Holocaust? Okay, I get what you're saying, but where were you when the Bolsheviks were going into Russia and killing hundreds and thousands and millions of Russian Christian Orthodox back in the 1920s?
Yeah.
You don't hear shit about that.
70 million people were killed.
Yeah. And they don't want to talk about what the deep state was doing, the Allied forces were doing to the German people and some of the Russian people after World War II was over with. You know, what 1945, yeah, that was the end of the war, but there was an ethnic cleansing going on in 46, 47, and 48. But they don't want to talk about that. And millions of people died during that time.
Good point, Jimmy. I see Julian in the comments, but if Julian, this is an open invitation. Hit that link if you want to comment directly to Jimmy, because he's making a comment about Auschwitz. He's asking you, so what about Auschwitz? Was it a stage event?
From what I've seen, just pictures and stuff, you know, if these gas chambers, why were they sealed with wooden doors? Why were there wooden doors going into said gas chamber? Because a wooden door is not going to keep gas inside that chamber. Why was that the case? And why is it said that some of the chimneys and stuff were not built until like 1948, 1949, allegedly after everything was over and done with? So we have learned already by what we've experienced. We all know 9/11 was an inside job and it was a hoax.
Right.
What?
So it, you know, and other things that have COVID, inside job and a hoax and a pandemic. They put that on, and everybody thought that was real. So look at the playbook. They've been running the same playbook this whole time. And then they change the history and they tell their lie long enough so that when the generation that was dealing with it at that time, after they're all dead and gone, and then you have us, then we believe the lie because that's all we know.
Right. And then now the new generation is actually translating the Hitler speeches, looking into alternative history places, articles, videos of that time period. And now the narrative is changing little by little.
Yes.
And that's why I got his book from the library, translated into English. So I want to, because in my mind, it's like, I want to hear from the guy himself.
Right.
Where his position, why he did what he did, how he grew up, like if it's out there, why don't you read it for yourself so that you can understand where he was coming from? But that's just me.
I talked to a friend of mine today. She's one of my clients, and we have these conversations about political stuff. And she said, Jimmy, she says, you know what? I'm open to a lot of things. And she is. We've had some great conversations, but she said the one thing that she's having the most difficulty with is the Hitler narrative. Because she's afraid. She said, I'm afraid to go down that rabbit hole. Because what if I find out that everything that I thought I knew was a lie about this particular person?
Exactly. Yeah.
And
well, have she read Mein Kampf?
No, she hasn't. Like I said, she's not done any research on this subject at all because she's afraid to go there.
Right.
She's afraid of what she may find out.
Yeah, I used to be like that, and I had to get rid of that, or else I'm never gonna learn anything new. I'm gonna withhold myself, and it's gonna be ignorance on purpose because you let that fear stop you. But this is my response to that kind of a question.
Oh, who is she?
I saw that on X and I retweeted that because that's exactly how I feel. And it's not just World War II historians. I'm like that with every historian. I don't trust nothing. And
Right.
then when you do it yourself, it's like you're looking at these people who have PhDs and all these certificates on their wall, right? Like they're so highly educated that they have to tell you how history went. And then we're over here like, yeah, we got the internet now. We got Google now. We can do our own research. We got AI now to translate things. Otherwise, we would have never known.
Again, what's the biggest tool that they have to use is controlling the information that the people read about and learn. And so what better way to do it than to infiltrate the universities, teach these professors, their lie, their dogma or whatever, give them a certificate so that everybody thinks that this person is an authority on this subject when in fact they're nothing but a puppet.
Indoctrinated.
Exactly. And that's how I think what college is. That it's exactly that.
Totally.
But I wouldn't say I'm a denier. Because I do think it did happen, just like the Twin Towers did fall. I just don't believe the narrative that they're telling us of what actually happened in those camps. Why did the people die in those camps, or how did they die? And then the propaganda of the National Socialists. Like what was their position? It was a lot of politics that we don't understand. We're not from that time period. So you really have to do a lot just to get there mentally, to then try to understand what was happening during that time and to see why he did what he did.
That's why I suggest to anybody, if you're somebody that says you have an open mind, if you do have an open mind and you're willing to look at alternative information, go watch Europa: The Last Battle. It's a 10-part documentary. It took me 3 days to get through it, but it literally blew my mind. And I'm like, whoa. That's not what I was told before.
Okay, I'm gonna have to write that down and watch it.
You must remember, Jimmy, and everybody else, that history was written by the victorious.
Correct.
It's their narrative of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Why did the Roman Empire destroy the library in Alexandria, which housed all ancient history?
Yep.
Yet the Roman Empire wiped it out.
Yep.
We don't know if that's true, though. It just sounds good.
Yeah, it's like, why is the Vatican holding all this information underneath the Vatican? All this information being held back from the general public.
Yeah, have you ever been to the Vatican?
No.
Nope.
It's especially the archives. Of course, there are sections that you can't actually go into, but what is actually shown to you about history, they control just about everything. The Roman Empire is still alive through the Roman Catholic Church.
Yep. I agree with that.
The only problem I have with this subject is that if you do question this, you are accused of being Holocaust denier as if it's a bad thing, or you are marked, or you are blackballed, or you are canceled just for questioning these things. That's what I have a problem with, because what's happening with Ye is that he's causing all this ruckus on the internet, which I believe is like the distraction part to get the normies' attention so that they could actually listen to what he has to say.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just doing it for like, he's pulling a stunt, but at the same time, he's actually telling the truth.
Right.
So this clip, he's talking about Jewish censorship in the music industry and his swastika chain. So if nobody knows what that is, he came out with Nick Fuentes. He came out with a whole diamond chain of the swastika, and here he is in a black KKK outfit. I don't know what to call it.
Awesome.
and let's play this clip.
The Matrix. The red pill is the niggas like Neo. The blue pill are the agents. So now Cardi is an agent. and you'll see them like you see on the joint where somebody touches them and then they become the agent.
Yeah.
That's what happened. They come, them Jewish people come, the record people come, they'll say, they literally called Ty Dolla and said, and this is coercion. That's why these niggas gonna be locked up someday. They'll come to you, they said, Ty, you have to denounce Ye publicly, or we're gonna drop your artist, Leon. We're gonna cancel all your tours. So they on some mob shit. So it's die, nigga. You know what I'm saying? They up here threatening niggas, stopping their money. This is real life shit off of a statement, off of me wearing a motherfucking chain, off of me wearing they pain. But they playing, turning up, promoting, and making money off of our pain. But if I wear a piece of their pain, then they're gonna threaten everything moving, everyone around, destroying people's lives. We're going to destroy Leon's life. Leon did that whole Scissor album, and now we're going to destroy his life if you don't denounce this man's tweet type shit.
Do you talk to these people like before you send out a tweet? Because I would imagine he could give you a call and say, "Yay, I'm in a tough spot." Like, you know, and again, I think you said something important. You're not expecting everybody around you to be dick riders and agree with you. But when they speak out against you, you feel like it's either unnecessary or that's a form of betrayal, right?
Yeah, like Ty put up the tweet before we landed. He said, I got to say something. I said, say, I'm not racist, but Ye is. We agreed upon that. When I landed, he put up, I don't condone hate speech. You letting these niggas put words in your mouth. I 137x'd his career. Not one, not two, not 20, 137x'd it. And while I'm on a plane, you put up word by word Jewish vernacular. My thing is we could sit and talk it out. I know they on your head, but nigga, you don't got to denounce me.
Okay, so that was the clip, and there's way more to that. So if anybody's interested in the whole interview, you can go to DJ Academics on YouTube and you could watch that interview. But the point there is, as he says, they are mad at me for wearing their pain, but they profit off of our pain. And that's the industry. I do believe that that's Hollywood, music, movies, everything that they control.
Mm-hmm.
And they, in my opinion, they have ruined the Black community, their families, by portraying this hypersexuality, the Cardi B's of the world, the Kim Kardashians of the world, and they amplified that. But the motherhoods channels, the homemaker channels, I don't see any of those being propped up in Hollywood. I don't see any movies about, having marriages, children, having a husband. Exactly. So all of those traditional values, all of a sudden, out the window. You need to be an independent woman. You need to be a boss chick. You need to be a career woman. And I think that's the propaganda.
Well, it is propaganda because you go back and look at what was done in Germany in the 1920s, the Weimar Republic. Look that up. The degradation that happened to that country during that time. You had the trans agenda, these people coming out. Pornography was prevalent in the 1920s Germany. And who was backing that?
The Jews.
The Jews.
And who is doing it now? And when we say the Jews, we're talking not about the biblical ones. We're talking about the fake ones, the Khazarians. So it's the same playbook that they were doing back then. And so when Hitler came into power and there was burnings of books and everything, it was actually that type of material that was being done away with. And then within, 10 years, he was able to get that stuff out of Germany. And so it's the same thing we're dealing with today here in America. Look at the Cardi B's, the Kim Kardashians, the trans agenda is the end thing to do. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and it's actually the truth. There was one trans person on a morning show that said it. I lost the clip, but they basically said it, that's where the whole trans started. The research started back then, and that's why Hitler was shutting them down, burning their research, burning everything that was demoralizing his culture, those children, his society.
Yeah.
And he realized that very early on, and other people did too. And then there you go, boom, that's all you need. The great noticing already happened in his time.
Yeah.
And they want to erase that and put the Holocaust as if that's what we got to be focused on. They don't want you translating his speeches and listening to him. So before I move on to a related topic, but I'm going to move on to Ben Shapiro. Before we move on, Johnny, if you want to make any comments, you can make them now, because I'm going to go to Ben.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, we know, just like Joseph was saying, that, for lack of a better term, that whoever controls the past controls the future. The Khazarians invented Hollywood.
Yep.
The Khazarians run hip hop. His name is Lyorcohen. This is well known. Liar Cohen. So Kanye, as an artist and as someone who has become enlightened in some ways and dumbed down in other ways, a big question that has to be asked is, like, every race has been enslaved at some point in history.
Mm-hmm.
The most recent, as far as the Black community is generationally back, is that particular cultural and ethnic group. So it's really funny to me when I look at hip hop not only being run by the Khazarian mafia, but what did they do with the Black hip hop rap artist? They all wear diamond chains about their wrists and neck. Think about that now.
Oh, wow.
And all of those diamonds are being mined in third world countries by their own people. Okay? Who in the world wants to go from their history of 400 years of slavery into the wealth of America and then be duped by the Khazarian mafia to buy worthless trinkets? Diamonds are worthless. This is a fact. They only have value because people are willing to pay for them.
Mm-hmm.
To sit there and rock diamond chains about their neck and their wrists. Fashion statement or symbolic slavery? You know it's the latter.
Wow.
So it's, once again, Hollywood was invented by Jews. Hip hop's run by Jews, by the Khazarian mafia. So when you take all of that into, and another thing I want to say real quick, the last thing I'll say is the oldest person that is alive right now is 115 years old, which means they were born in 1910. So like we were talking about a little while ago, or you guys were, there's, in my opinion, overlapping waves now of being able 1984 style. And if anybody out there hasn't read 1984, it behooves you to read that book. 1984 is 2025. Mm-hmm. That the information control is as such that it's only like what Ruby's saying, going off on your own and looking at this before they edit that book too. Anybody that's not familiar with 1984, the concept there is that there is a full-time, and it's, it was even an Equilibrium, that movie that you put on Discord, Ruby, where there's just a whole task force of people whose job it is to alter history. And like Joseph was saying, whoever is the victor now, it's almost like that Rage Against, well, it's not almost like anything. It's like that Rage Against the Machine song, Ricky Bobby, I know you hear this one, and they go into that in a certain song. I forget which one it is about, the person that controls now controls the future, and the person that controlled the past controls now. So, we tread lightly. We use our gut instinct translator, as I've dubbed it. But the whole hip hop thing about the chains, about Khazarians running it, about the, and not to mention that there is, the United States government, and therefore every government has their own division of, I forget what the office is called. I would look it up, but my time's almost up. To where they're involved in this. You know what I mean? Like Jimmy knows this. They consult with directors, with movie studios, which are run by the Khazarians, to what would you call it? Manipulate things appropriately. Yep. You know, when you watch Black Hawk Down, that's not the true story. You know, when you watch Hunt of Red October, these are the government's involved in this to make sure that the message is just perfectly placed. So, yeah, that's about it.
Wow,
That's
that was
called
great.
Programming.
Yep.
Yeah, they switched. Yeah, the hip hop community switched one set of chains for another, and then everybody else followed suit, because obviously, if rapper X is wearing something, you know, a chain, you know, obviously, you know, 100,000. That's the only reason why this stuff even matters, in my opinion. It isn't because most of us necessarily care personally, but we're surrounded by hundreds of millions of people that really worship this. They judge their life on this. I mean, there's a person out there right now that if one of these rappers or anybody, it could be, you know, name a Hollywood star, would tell them to go kill somebody, they would do it.
Yeah.
They're so into it. They don't care about their family, about getting a homestead, about eating properly, about doing their own thing. They're just, this is all they've got. You know, entertainment is there to enter and taint the mental. It's revelation of the method. It's not like there isn't good things out there, but like you were saying about the homemaker channels and stuff like that, anything to stop the unification of men and women from working together. I'll be right back.
Wow. Dang, Johnny. That was amazing. So, go ahead, Jimmy.
And to follow up on that is not only just in the hip hop culture and the Hollywood culture, but just look at the other social aspects like the feminist movement. It was started by two Jewish white guys. Take that for what it's worth. So, yeah, that was a whole nother facade that they've ran on the American people and the people worldwide.
Go ahead, Joseph.
The Khazarian mafia has existed for several hundred years. You know?
Oh, yeah, they've been actually longer than that. They've been around a little over 1,000 years, but they did go underground for a while because you had the Renaissance. You know, society was changing a little bit. They were kind of defeated, you know, they're in like 1200s or whatever. So they actually went underground, and that's where the idea of secret societies sprung up, because no one really knew who they were until they were able to infiltrate public offices, you know, thrones, government things, going all the way back then.
Banking.
The banking, yeah, of course. Yeah, the banking is the biggest thing. So, yeah, it's crazy stuff, man.
Yes, it is. Especially if you do a lot of research on the Khazarian mafia, you'll be surprised.
Oh yeah.
All right, so I don't know if we should wait till Johnny gets back, but I was gonna play this clip about Ben Shapiro. So I will bring him up to speed. I'm gonna share this clip, and then I'm gonna read the caption of this tweet, because what Ben said in this clip is outrageous to me.
Okay.
Like if I heard this, I would be like, go back to Israel. you need to go back home.
I'll just say this: I've never been a fan of Ben Shapiro. I think he's controlled.
Oh, definitely. What?
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, I'm gonna play the clip.
Sort of conspiracy theorizing that's become incredibly popular on the right these days. It was popular on the left, and now it's become increasingly popular on the right. The kind of, let's just ask questions. We'll ask, who really killed JFK? Wink, wink, nod, nod. And then you're like, well, do you have any evidence of the thing that you are presupposing? Well, no, I'm not making any accusations. I just know I don't believe the story that I'm being told. I know not to trust the authorities. You're like, well, that's fine, but do you have like any evidence? Like evidence, not just supposition. I said, well, you're part of it, aren't you? You're part of it. The reason that you're so defensive about all this is, I don't care who killed JFK. I mean, I do, because it's really interesting, but I noticed that the calendar says 2025 and he was killed in 1963. And so my opinion about who killed JFK has about as much relevance as who killed William McKinley, or James Garfield, which is to say not an enormous amount.
Wow. That.
Yeah, so Johnny, we're gonna play this again for you, and then we're gonna comment on this because this is crazy. What Ben Shapiro said. Let's play it again for Johnny. Johnny gets special treatment tonight.
Very conspiracy theorizing that's become incredibly popular on the right these days. It was popular on the left, and now it's become increasingly popular on the right. The kind of let's just ask questions. We'll ask who really killed JFK. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And then you're like, well, do you have any evidence of the thing that you are presupposing? Well, no, I'm not making any accusations. I just know I don't believe the story that I'm being told. I know not to trust the authorities. You're like, well, that's fine, but do you have like any evidence? Like evidence, not just supposition. I said, well, you're part of it, aren't you? You're part of it. The reason that you're so defensive about all this is, I don't care who killed JFK. I mean, I do because it's really interesting, but I noticed that the calendar says 2025 and he was killed in 1963. And so my opinion about who killed JFK has about as much relevance as who killed William McKinley, or James Garfield, which is to say not an enormous amount.
Shapiro's a badass. Oh.
I was in shock, like legit shock, when he said something like that on his platform, on his show. Millions of people still watch this guy. I don't like him at all. I agree with everybody in the chat. But I'm gonna let Jimmy go ahead first. Jimmy, you go first.
So what I said before the clip was even played, that I believe he's controlled opposition. That little speech that he gave just cemented that for me. Because basically he's telling everybody, this is 2025. We don't need to look back at what happened in 1963. Okay, why not? Why can't we look back? Why can't we figure out what happened? Because you're afraid that we're going to figure out who was in control, who was doing this stuff, and how it still affects us today, and how they're using the same tactics that they used back then for today. That was a whole don't look over here, look over here moment for me when he said all that shit.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Johnny, do you have any thoughts on that clip?
I remember when I went to the book depository in Dallas, and that was pretty interesting because you weren't up there in the book depository. There's like these ropes and stuff. But the gal that I was with at the time, we took like one of these tours, and what we did is I told her, I said, I want to look out the window that he apparently shot from. And so we let the group go ahead, and she kind of kept a lookout, and I jumped over they have it all set up like fake. There's like fake crates and boxes. So it's supposed to be set up like the day that it happened kind of a thing. And I hopped up there and looked out that window, and that's a hell of a shot. Like, I'm a halfway decent marksman, but that's a hell of a shot. So it's so difficult because we've seen the footage, the old back and to the left, and all of this stuff. And that's a tough one for me because I think that it's valid. Like Jimmy's saying, like, it's not right for Shapiro to be saying that, like why think about anything at that point then? And I do know that he's a 3-card Monty kind of a guy, he's got the marble underneath the walnut shell, and he'll look over here and he's switching things around all the time. So I don't really have too much of an opinion on it because I don't, some people say that he survived. All that I know is that, who was it, Jimmy Johnson, that was on Air Force One that's winking at the other guy? Well, Jackie O stands right there. If you guys, like, basically something is afoot. If you guys haven't seen it, look up the picture of Lyndon Johnson being sworn in on Air Force One as president. Yeah, and I saw that like 25 years ago. I'm not saying that AI wasn't around then, or photo manipulation, obviously, but I saw that a long time ago. So that just obviously makes the gut kind of sing out and ring an alarm bell. And the last thing I'll say about it isn't even really that important, but it is kind of sick, because when you go to Dallas and you go to that, yeah, there we go. It's like it's going to be like a few seconds before or after that. Jackie O's crying even more. It's almost like Lyndon Johnson sworn in winking or something might bring it up. It's in that same. It's from that same angle. It is kind of sick. Well, it is sick to me that when you go to the street there where that book depository is, there is 3 X's that are etched into the pavement in white, showing where each one of the 3 shots apparently hit JFK, were fired at the vehicle. So to me, it's all wrapped up in this, almost like a magnified version of what Shapiro does, is this fear frequency, this fascination with death, and this kind of just keeping people in this insulated box of what they want you to know. And once again, I don't know if we'll ever know who shot JFK. I mean, some people say that George W.'s dad was there. The tramps near the railroad station. I walked all over that place, but that's all that I did. That's all that I obviously could do. So it is highly interesting, though, and there's no reason to not be looking into it.
Right.
One thing that that little rant that Ben went on reminded me of what Hillary Clinton did during the Benghazi hearings, when she said publicly for everybody to see, at what point does this, what difference does this make? Does it make now? What difference does this make? Well, damn it, Hillary, it makes a huge difference to find out what was really going on with Benghazi. So for Ben to do what he did is very similar to that, to me.
Yeah,
Okay.
but Comey said that Hillary did all those things, but she did it without intent.
Yeah, and that no reasonable prosecutor would ever take the cases. That was the cover up of all that crap. Yeah,
Yes,
y'all are going to hear more about that stuff too. That's going to be coming.
Also cool. It's also cool what Cat B said in the comment about symbols. Like, people need to hip themselves more to that. We might have laws in this world, but symbols and archetypes are what run this world, because you can yak on and on and on forever, but then you flash the Nike symbol and a billion people know what that is. And obviously that's just the Nike symbol as an example. But when it comes to, it's like the modern day version of Lyndon Johnson winking is, people wonder why they see actors and actresses. Okay. Or I guess, whichever one, or, it doesn't matter. Like, I hate to tell people, the Beatle, like it's a bunch of people. And this is apparently, and I believe so, a way of saying everything's A-okay, right? Like, we forget that the FBI refers to presidents and stuff like that as actors in their own documents. And like I said before, the FBI and CIA are there to lie, so that's fine. I'll take it with a boulder of salt, but people don't look at what's behind that, to where these people are part of a club, like Carlin said, and you ain't in it.
Right.
And they're willing to trade one thing for another. These people are putting on a persona, as far as like actors, or it's called sports entertainment for a reason. It's completely rigged. Okay. Politics can be rigged. Professional sports are completely rigged. Movies are full of subliminal messages and symbols, and it doesn't matter. It's the ego. It's everybody's ego that makes them think that they're invulnerable or whatever. Blatant visual propaganda is one thing, but the science behind them slipping things in, just like we never noticed until, like I saw the Swiss cheese Mickey Mouse thing probably about 20 years ago, but it was there the whole entire time. But we're coming from ego, and ego says, oh, la-di-da, this is just an old silly cartoon. These people are stupid and stuff like that. And it's like, no, they've been on The difference is that we are programmed for now. Right now, give me, right now, instant pleasure, instant gratification. And people in this chat are old enough and in this video to remember that it wasn't always that way. You know, me and Jimmy would go ride our bikes to meet our friends, and it was a more slow process. It wasn't this, you know, get there right now, all this other kind of stuff. And it was totally fine. Didn't nobody die? Didn't nobody panic because they didn't have every little thing. But as they slowly, it was like Ricky Bobby talking about boiling the frog earlier. That's the whole entire point. The concept of, you know, the boiled frog. You know, you stick a frog in a pot in room temperature water and put the burner on. By the time he's going to die, he doesn't even realize it because it's just slowly risen. We want the instant gratification. These blankety blanks are in it to win it on the long game.
Yeah.
They're multi-generational. We want everything right now for us. We're not willing to go on a 200-year plan. You know, they have big families. They're connected. They go down, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years. We're like, time is short. Give me mine, sex, drugs, rock and roll.
Yeah.
And they don't want any of like what we're doing to happen. They don't want the unification, the reunification of the family. They don't want us looking into our own shit because all of a sudden, like imagine if 400 million Americans were all awake tomorrow, not this new woke stupid terminology, but awake, the old school real term. That's dangerous. Coca-Cola disappears. I'm not trying to knock anybody's choices. Yeah, Hollywood disappears. Nobody gives a crap about this. All of a sudden people want to plant gardens and talk to their neighbor. You know, like I've been in construction for a long time. Old houses have giant front porches and small living rooms. Now there's basically no front porch in most new plans of tract homes, but the living room is humongous because it's the only way to put that 6-foot TV in that thing. You know, you cruise the streets at night, you don't see people for the most part out on their porches. In places like the Carolinas where Jimmy's at, or Tennessee where I used to live, it is more prevalent and a more social place, if you will. But you'll just see blue glow of the TV, blue glow, the LA vision. You know, it's all right there. People just have to, but you know, not before it's too late, but just for themselves personally, make the decision on what they want to play ball with. We're all in the fishbowl together. We got to pick and choose better where to put our energies. And they know this kind of stuff. They know the science behind our bodies better than we do. That's why we never learn about that stuff in school. That's an education camp. That's an indoctrination camp.
Yep.
Just because it's America doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean anything. Yep. We were born into this, so we feel defensive about it. That's ego. And they've done a very good job, unfortunately, and discussions like this help
But that's why we're breaking down the barriers here. We're breaking down those barriers of how people are afraid to talk about this kind of stuff because of what they might find out. And I totally agree with that. But I do want to read this caption from that Ben Shapiro video clip. It's from Myron Gaines. He says, days after JFK files are declassified and it's proven there was Israeli involvement, the most prominent Zionist in America says, where's the evidence? And doesn't care because it was 60 years ago? Okay, cool. We don't care about the Holocaust because it was 80 years ago. Where's the proof it was 6 million?
Good point.
Yeah, that's a good
And that's
point.
exactly how I feel about these things. And I do really quickly want to go to Kim F in the chat, her comment. She says, my son has gotten really anti-Semitic over the last few years. I'm not sure what to think, but I'm America first, not Israel first. Well, you see, that's the problem when people they want to throw those labels around, anti-Semitic. What does that even mean? Because nowadays, being anti-Semitic could just mean talking about what we're talking about right now. People can say that we are anti-Semitic for even discussing something like this.
Yeah.
We are anti-Semitic for doing a joke about a certain group of people. So
that's how you know who runs things, is who you can't talk about.
Exactly.
I was going to say the phrase anti-Semitic. Go ahead. Go ahead, so Joseph. What?
Oh, he just stepped out. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, he stepped out. But was talking about Israel. The biggest lobby here in the United States that lobbies Congress is Israel.
Right. AIPAC.
So they practically control Congress.
Yeah, which I sent Ruby some information about that and what Trump is doing with AIPAC. We're keeping an eye on that situation.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
troublesome for the moment.
Yeah, that was good. That was very interesting. But what I was going to say is the phrase anti-Semitic reminds me of the same way that the phrase conspiracy theory is used. Conspiracy theorist.
Right.
Because if you start talking about something, let's just say, I don't know, aliens. Oh, you're just a crazy conspiracy theorist. And so it's like, no, I'm just talking about it. I'm just, it's an interesting topic. Let's discuss it. No, we can't discuss it. You're a crazy conspiracy theorist. Same thing here. We can't.
It's Jimmy, you're an apostate.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing. Same thing.
No Danish for you, Jimmy.
Yeah, no cheap Danish for me. So when someone says, "Oh, you're just being anti-Semitic," well, exactly what Ruby said. What does that actually mean?
Right.
It's dismissive.
It's very dismissive.
Yeah. So I wouldn't consider anybody anything really. I don't like when people put those labels just to shut people up.
I mean, why can't we have conversations about controversial topics without being labeled?
Right.
Because it's dangerous to the establishment.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And if you're and if you're attacking people, not saying anybody's doing that right now, but if you're attacking people because they're talking about this stuff, then you're falling into the programming of the globalist deep state, and now you have become an Agent Smith from the Matrix. That's who you become when you call somebody a crazy ass conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, and that's the dumb part is every single person has to admit, even if it's privately, these people who are like, "Oh, you're being crazy." Oh, there's no such thing as conspiracy. What are you talking about? If a family throws Ruby, have you ever thrown a surprise birthday party for any family member? I'm going to guess yes. Or kept a secret with you. Like, let's say that you and Tony are going to do something for the kids, right? I know this seems silly, but you and Tony are going to do something for the kids. I don't know what it is. You two conspired. You two got together off on the side, and that's just for a trip to the water park. So we don't think that people that have a vested interest in controlling things so that they're not found out and so that they can get theirs aren't going to do so with big things. I mean, you'll hide a present under the bed and tell the wife or the husband, "Shh, don't tell little Timmy where the new Lego set's at. It's underneath the bed. You got to wait for his birthday."
Yeah, they just do it on a bigger scale. That's all.
So, when it comes to controlling people's minds, hearts, and the religious angle of soul control, of course. But like Jimmy's saying, it's
now
they just have buzzwords or whatever you want to call it. They've got these slogans or whatever. Sorry, go ahead, Ruth.
Right. Sorry, because I was just going to mention. So now that we understand that, right, we all are on the same page. This is what freaks me out is this clip.
I'd like some legal representation, but these police officers have not allowed me to have any. I don't know what this is all about. No, so I didn't. People keep asking me that. Sir? I work in that building. Were you in the building? Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir. Back up, man. Come on, man. No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I work in these areas. I'm just a patsy. President.
Poor dude's a patsy. He was I want to know what happened to him when he went to Russia. what was it, Jimmy, for like 3 years, or was it less?
Yeah, yeah, he was there for a while.
And came back as Alec with a Russian wife. You know, that's
Yeah.
a sleeper agent right there. That's a handler. You know, somebody like more than likely, if anybody shot JFK, was probably the driver in the front or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any sense. And what's funny too about Dallas is when I lived there, we used to go to this club every weekend. It was called the Red Jacket, and they had 2 different rooms, like the main dance room and then like a more private lounge in the back. And the like basically the propaganda is alive and well, is my point. The club was owned by Jack Ruby at the time of the shooting, and obviously I was there in 2001 and 2000 for 3 years, starting in 2001. And the back lounge room was called the Ruby Room, and above the door, above the door, it had a giant. It was actually a really cool neon sign, but I happen to like neon signs, real neon. It had a giant neon sign over it, and I'm talking 6 foot by 3 foot of a revolver, of the same model revolver that he shot Oswald with, and it said the Ruby Room underneath. So point being, like, you know, they just keep it going. They just keep it going. And we used to, you know, party in there and have a great time and joke around about it. And we boo, boo, boo. You know, Dallas is rife with keeping that alive, obviously because of tourist dollars. But yeah, I think that Oswald, I would love Time Machine style to know what happened to Oswald when he went to Russia. That's the most interesting thing about it, to me.
That's what gets me, is that innocent people are caught up into this, or innocent people die, or whoever knows the truth, it dies with them. And like I told Jimmy last time, if this is coming from the same agency that supposedly, allegedly, whatever, was involved in this, then how do we know we're even getting the truth?
We're not the whole truth. I mean, because wasn't JFK supposed to get rid of the Fed? Wasn't he trying to get rid of the Fed?
Yes.
I think Joseph. Go ahead, Joseph.
Okay. As far as Oswald being in Russia for 3 years, remember the KGB was pretty strong back then. Just like we have MK Ultra, what did they have? Yeah,
MK Super Ultra.
So you know, he could be some type of Manchurian candidate.
Yep.
Another great movie everybody needs to see.
And a funny thing about that, he was using a Greek World War II rifle that was hard to operate, and the ammunition. The only people who had the ammunition was the CIA.
See, when I look at the clip, there's a Zapruder film, which he was a Khazarian guy too, and he made a lot of money off that film, and he's the only one. And look at who he really was and why his film was the one out there. But that said, I just look at the positioning of JFK's head. If it was coming from behind him, from the book depository, he would have been hit and his head would have went forward.
Back into the left.
It went back into it went back. So right there, that tells me with my own 2 eyes that it didn't come from behind him. He was hit from the front.
Well, who was it that said that I shot JFK?
No, there was some video on that. I think it was the driver, personally. I think it was the driver.
Yeah. He turned around and shot JFK.
Yeah.
Damn.
It wasn't Oswald.
Nah.
Well, okay, so shifting gears just a little bit, I found this clip about the Anne Frank diary that I mentioned earlier, and this is the first time that I'm hearing about it, so I just wanted to share this really quickly for everybody who might be interested. or who wants to go down the Anne Frank rabbit hole, this is a clip I found.
Don't push it. I defend my ethnic group and my native country against the most massive propaganda lie that still lingers on from the Second World War. It is an extortion racket perpetrated against the German people, which has netted the Zionists already over 100 billion German marks. It is very profitable, and the racket is cloaked in humanity and human things. I don't want to tie it into your lead into the story with the Anne Frank diary. I've got the book here.
Yep.
Anne Frank diary hoax. I have your document by the German forensic section of the Bundeskriminalamt, which has tested in 1980 many sheets of the 3 diaries, and I came up with saying that they were written, many parts, in ballpoint pen ink, which only came on the market in 1951. So the writer of the diary was alive in 1951. So either Anne wasn't the writer, or she was alive and not dead.
All right, let's get back to this
German
myth.
government document.
Let's get back to this myth that you say, that 6 million people, most of them Jews, did not die.
Good. Very easy to prove. There were no 6 million Jews in the areas occupied by Nazi Germany.
The death camps didn't exist?
Concentration camps existed.
Why did the German government, the West German government, pay all these billions of Deutschmarks in reparation if it did not feel that there was some validity?
Number one, the West German government is a Quisling government. It was installed by the Allied occupying authorities. It was handpicked, and all opposition parties that could have represented.
Damn, I did not know about the ballpoint pen thing.
Yeah. And I saw that clip recently, and I haven't gone down the hole. I haven't done my own research yet, but I just wanted to put it out there so that if anybody wants to, definitely look into that. And Mr. M says, is he still alive? I mean, you see, it's like, it's crazy, right? Like, what?
I like the point he made to where the report or the news guy asked him, well, if that was the case, then why did the German government pay all this money back? Okay. And he says, well, that's because they were handpicked and installed. And we see that happening today. We see it, we saw it with Iraq. They handpicked who they wanted to do that. They handpicked Zelensky. They've handpicked a lot of these governments out there to do their bidding. So it's again, it's the same playbook.
Deep state, right?
Correct.
Right.
Right. Oh.
And it's double good for them as far as the Anne Frank thing is, because when it's a child, people won't confront it. They won't question it. You know what I mean? Like, how dare you, And
I'm just sitting here thinking, Johnny talking about going to Dallas, and they have it all set up to make money off of who? Tourists. The whole Anne Frank thing, they've been making money off tourism on her house and stuff like that in this book. And then you have here in the United States, the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. I've been to it twice, but again, tourist dollars.
Yeah.
So they are making money off of lies that have been told to the people.
Right.
Exactly.
And the interesting thing, I would have to, actually, I'm going to write it down so I can back that up a little bit better. But I'd say about 20 years ago, I saw this documentary about the Holocaust, and it just asked one simple question. What it did is it took the numbers provided by the Jewish authorities as far as how many people were killed, and it asked a very simple question, and it used all of their own figures as far as how many death camps there were and how many victims, 6 million, and I forget how many apparent death camps. And it asked a simple question: how long does it take to burn and kill 6 million people?
Oh yeah.
And the answer that this guy came up with was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I think it was either 13 or 1800 years.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun. Just death, just death after death. That's something that people never, and I had never thought that way before. And then 20 years ago, when I say that, that's the one thing about it that I can't let go of is going on their numbers, not anybody else's numbers, but the Jewish community's numbers. It's how long does it take to kill 6 million people? That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've seen this one, Jimmy, but there was a guy years ago that they interviewed who was a rabbi in New York, and it was a Christian radio show interviewing this Jewish guy and a Khazarian in New York. And he, once again, I wasn't there. And this was 20, 25 years ago. Almost like not an Art Bell type radio show, but more in that kind of a vein. And the guy was being taken to task about the 6 million thing. And the rabbi was like, 6,600,000, who cares? As long as the result is the same.
Wow.
And that little quick second. Yeah. Yes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Finkelstein, that's right.
Yep.
What? He did a Ben Shapiro? That's crazy.
The ends justify the means. I know that something happened, but, just like people in the comments a while ago were saying, well, there's people with tattoos, but the numbers, so what? There's lots of people with tattoos. You can't just tattoo somebody. Oh, well, there's 100 million pairs of shoes. So what? That doesn't mean anything. That's a visual symbol to mess up your mind, to never question anything.
Right.
But see, the whole thing with the tattoos is, if you listen to what that guy said, he admitted, there was concentration camps.
Right.
So when you go to those concentration camps, you're going to get tattooed on the number's going to get tattooed on you. So
we put people in camps too.
Yeah, that could have been legit, but it doesn't mean that there was those death camps there.
Yeah, something doesn't add up. Something doesn't add up. And I'm always going to stick by the same thing that I'm sure 10,000 or 5,000 years ago, whatever, it was the same thing, but a different group. That there's one group of people on this planet in modern times that you can't say jack shit negative about.
Right.
There's a couple groups. There's a couple groups, actually, not just one or two. There's many of them. And that's why I talked about the anti-Semitic bill that Trump just passed. But anyways, the point, another point was there is a JFK element to this, because JFK was saying a lot of positive things about Hitler. And I read his quotes on a previous stream. And so I also think that was another strike on JFK. When it came to the whole AIPAC and the whole Zionist element and assassination, I think he was killed because of all of that. It's like a combination of things, and they were like, we need to get this guy out as fast as possible. And unfortunately, they got it done. They succeeded.
I wanted to ask Joseph, since he was there at the time, what was the main vibe when JFK was killed? What was, because you were there the day that it happened, you remember all this. What was the general consensus as far as what had happened? That it was just straight up Oswald shot him from a window, or were there even things being said right away back then?
Conspiracies about that. Matter of fact, there was a young man in our Kingdom Hall that went to the party in New Orleans, where he met all these people, and his I think his aunt was worried about his possible involvement in this conspiracy to kill JFK.
Wow.
Yeah, that fascinates me, Joe. Is people like you that were actually there, to remember.
Yes, I was there at the Kingdom Hall, the parking lot. My wife and I at the time, my JW wife at the time. That's when we heard the news.
Let me ask you this, Joseph. As far as Jehovah's Witnesses are concerned back then, did they consider this a moment of Oh, the Great Tribulation is starting right now, and Armageddon's going to be coming soon.
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
Okay.
But there was a big that I got involved with in Pasadena, California. The Sirhan family went to that same congregation.
Right.
And I had a real good friend of mine who was the assistant congregation servant at the time. But I was living in Louisiana, pioneering. And he came to visit me while he was on vacation. And he spoke to me privately that he was very upset. And I asked him why. And he said, the society contacted him and told him if there is a publisher record card of Sirhan in the files to destroy it.
I heard that.
Wow.
Yeah, Sirhan was Jehovah. Yeah, he was a witness, and he's the one that allegedly killed RFK, right?
Right.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Sirhan was a witness.
That is wild.
Yeah, y'all didn't know that?
No.
Wait. Who is that? I've never heard.
That was the guy that killed RFK, JFK's brother.
Yes.
Obviously mind control. Did you see the?
Correct.
What?
Yeah, he's like a true Manchurian candidate is Sirhan.
Correct.
And like, if we notice, they've been trying, like, that's how you know that Ted Kennedy made a deal. Forget about him killing that lady in his drunk driving years ago, is they're trying to whack out the whole family. Because lest we forget, JFK Jr. was a very accomplished pilot.
Correct.
And you know that if JFK Jr. would have ran for president, it's a cinch. Looked like his dad, handsome fella, well-spoken, connected. They're trying to literally get rid of that whole bloodline. Like, I'm surprised that, they even tried to stick their nose out at all. They whacked his dad. They whacked him. They're in it to win it for sure.
Okay, pause. What do you mean? Okay. So what do you mean by killed RFK? Is he not the one? It was the plane crash, right?
Okay, no, you're getting them mixed up. Okay, so you had JFK, John Kennedy. Yes, his brother was Robert Kennedy, who was the Attorney General at the time.
Right.
Okay, that is RFK Jr.'s dad.
Right.
Okay, Sirhan is the one that took out RFK.
So how did he die?
He got shot.
What?
Publicly.
Really?
It's always got to be public.
Yeah,
just like Oswald.
Just like
Oswald and JFK, they do it publicly because it sends a fear frequency through the whole entire world. It's very effective.
And Reagan and Trump, except they lived.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
So who was always the one who died in the plane?
That was JFK Jr.
JFK's son.
His son.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why he turned on his party. That's why he's such a big deal, because he completely turned from the party that killed him, basically.
Yeah, if you've never read George Magazine, JFK Jr. came out with George Magazine, and once he started talking shit in George Magazine, it was a wrap. Very, very interesting. I still remember when that magazine came out. It was a wrap. It helped their case that he had a girlfriend with a substance abuse problem and stuff like that. Unfortunately, that little girl also passed away as well, apparently. And then, of course, there's the whole theory that maybe he didn't or whatever. But either way you cut it, they'll do it very, very publicly.
But what is this thing against the whole Kennedy family? Like, what is that?
Well, it started with JFK.
It's sins of the father. It's sins of the father, or the brother, is in the case of RFK. It's
when John F. Kennedy. Oh, sorry.
Let's put it this way, Ruby. If someone killed your mother, you would want to find out who did it, right?
Yeah.
And if someone didn't want you to find out, what would they do to you?
Try to take me out too.
Exactly. There you go.
Right.
That's their thing with the Kennedys.
Among other things, JFK wanted to end the Fed.
Yes.
And if anybody doesn't know what the Fed is all about,
yes,
it's probably one of the most evil constructs in our existence.
So the problem.
He also talked about secret societies, and he died like what, a day after that speech about talking about secret societies.
Right. We must
and at the time, somebody brought this up, but yes, George Bush. It's not just a conspiracy. He was head of the CIA back then when that all happens.
Great point, Eric.
Assassination.
Yeah, that's a good
So
point.
he definitely has something to do with it, most likely. I mean, then he became president. I mean, not right then, but in the 80s. Very fishy. He was part of the Bones and Clubs Society. Was it Harvard or I can't remember which college? Sorry, I don't have the information in front of me.
Yale is Skull and Bones.
Yale, thank you for correcting me. My bad.
322.
Yep.
But yeah, I was just gonna say, you guys are Ruby and y'all are really killing it with the conspiracy theories. So I thought I would blend in and put my hoodie on like Johnny. We're Jedi Masters.
That's right. That's right.
Oh my
See,
goodness!
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Well, next week is going to be Holy Week, and if you ever go to Spain, hoodies are real good. They wear hoodies all over the place, black as well as white ones.
So,
ever seen that during Holy Week?
I have not.
No.
But, yeah, Google it. And in Spain, they dress up just like the KKK.
Wow.
They do?
They've been doing that for centuries.
Gotcha.
oh yes, I saw a clip like that, and they were saying that that's where the KKK got their inspiration from. Was from the outfits that they were wearing. I don't know what to call that.
Yes, it's a religious.
Yeah.
Well, shit, man. I'm not wearing a white pointy hat. I just got like a hood on. You're making me feel self-conscious.
Yeah, if you pull it too low, you start to enter into Kanye territory. We don't want to do that. You know.
So I'm just curious for the viewers that are still with us right now.
Yes.
For the viewers that are still with us, can you comment in the section? What are you thinking about tonight's show so far? Just kind of want to see what the temperature is.
Yeah, and
the show's been bomb. I'll say that, Ruby, you're doing a really great show tonight.
Rick ain't here. Rick ain't here, man.
No, I am actually dumbfounded again, mind boggled once more. So I'm sorry if I'm slacking here as a host because I'm trying to wrap my head around this.
All right, so what's your question, Ruby?
It's not even a question. It's just I'm getting hit with the truth, and I'm speechless. Like I don't. So I'm gonna go to the comments. Let's see what people have to say. So Kat B, she says some say JFK Jr. is still alive and he faked his death. You see, this is what bothers me is that you learn something like this, right, about their death, about the whackings and everything. But then there's another conspiracy that says no, he's probably still alive. It's
okay.
Okay, go ahead, Jimmy.
So, what have we just found out about Hitler? Everybody thought he was dead, but now it's coming out that he lived another 20 years, right?
It's killing me. Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm so sorry.
So the whole thing with JFK, now I'll have to say, when I first got into Q and reading the boards and everything, it was never said on the Q boards that JFK Jr. was alive. Never said. So if anybody out there says, oh, the QAnon, which that's not even a real word, but the QAnon conspiracy says JFK Jr. is alive. No, that's not what the Q boards say. However, there are some individuals, I don't know whether they're legit or been inserted into the movement, but there are folks out there, and I have a hard time, I don't really talk about it, that do believe that JFK Jr. faked his death.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the beginning, I was like, dude, what? This would be crazy. So I have ascribed myself not to talk about it over the past 4 or 5 years of doing what I do. But here's the thing. Who was best friends with JFK Jr.? Donald Trump.
Junior.
I didn't know that.
His son, right?
Right.
Yeah, JFK
Okay.
Jr. the son.
Junior.
So,
Okay.
so Junior and Donald Trump were best friends.
Mm.
And we all know that if you look at the clips of things that Donald Trump said in the 80s and 90s about us, the United States getting ripped off and this and that. So they were very connected and politically minded. You don't think that they didn't know that there might have been a hit out on JFK Jr.?
Right.
Because he was running against Hillary Clinton. No. He was running for the seat, but then he gets taken out, and then Hillary Clinton gets the position.
Right. I played that clip last stream. Yeah.
And we all know the body count attached to Hillary Clinton and Bill.
Right.
So
oh my
well
God.
over 100.
Yeah. So if he was an expert flyer, a pilot, and he just went down the way they say he went down, that doesn't really make any sense. So they may have already known that there was a plot against him, and he was whisked away into witness protection program. And it's said that he is working with Donald Trump to help bring down the deep state that killed his father. That's out there. I'm not saying I 100% fully believe that, but let's just say it's out there.
I just want to say something real quick when you guys are done.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, quick comment. So is it safe to say that the Bushes and the Clintons were in on this as well?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Wow. Do you think that will be in the files? You think we're going to find that out in the files?
Yes.
They're all a governmental mafia. That's what they are. And I believe that the mafia, the Italian mafia, were actually involved trying to murder JFK as well.
Yes.
Also, the way JFK got shot was very hard to do with a bolt action. Did he get shot more than once? I can't remember. Didn't he?
Yeah.
And with the bolt action rifle that they used at the time, what's his name? Hold on, I'm trying to think of his name. The congressman. No, what was he? The guy in Predator, who was a Marine, that he ran for
Ventura
office. Ventura, yeah, he did an experiment on his show Conspiracy Theory a long time ago, and he tried to recreate those shots. And he's like, I know this gun, and he's like, the goddamn thing keeps I can't get it right, and he kept trying. He's like, all right, the best that I can do, I can't even get close to the timing that it would take to hit more than once. And then some jackass on YouTube gets a rifle, and he's like, he's like, bam, and fires a ton of shots. But the thing is, see, that's what they do to confuse people. How accurate can you be, even if you could fire it that quickly? Because there's kickback, and that gun is rickety as hell. They lied to us so much. There are so many, and that's just a stupid little fact. There are so many little things that just don't add up. We may never know what happened with him.
Right.
But we know what happened didn't happen the way they went down.
Right.
Like they said
Go ahead, Johnny, and then we're gonna move to JP.
Yeah, just real quick. I was looking in the chat, so I'm gonna strive to word this appropriately to Gigi. Talking about concentration camp numbers. With respect, Gigi, if you listen to what I said that I watched a documentary about it. I never said that I believed it. I was bringing up an interesting point. So having this all caps thing about saying you are wrong in all capital letters simply has no effect on me. Tone it down a little bit. I never said that I believed it. I said that this is a point of conversation. So you doing some quick math and then just dismissing me like that, not only is that complete disrespect, but it's just not needed. I watched a documentary. I made the point about what I saw in the documentary. I never said I believe the following and all this other kind of good stuff. So I'm taking it with a grain of salt, and perhaps you can take that salt shaker and spread it around too a little bit. That's all I had to say.
All right. JP, you could unmute yourself if you want to make a comment before we move to the pyramids.
Ooh, the pyramids. Nice.
Yeah, we gotta dive into that a little bit more. JP, you just unmute yourself if you want. There you go.
Okay, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Oh, cool. No, I was just wanted to comment earlier because we're talking about the JFK stuff, and yeah, like you guys were saying earlier, because I was commenting about it, like I believe it was the driver, because there is some missing footage that I have seen before, and the one that everybody sees is it does have the footage of him being shot by the driver, but they take it out. But years later, after there was some footage found by probably the grandchild of somebody that was there, and it was sold to somebody, but you can clearly see, because there's no way that Oswald could have he was there, and I believe he did take some shots, but there's no way that anybody could have made those shots with a bolt action rifle with a moving vehicle and everything that was going on and the angle that it came from. So he kind of was a patsy in the situation. But what happened was, when the footage that I did see that was missing is the driver, William Greer. He pretty much has his hand, I think it might be his right hand on or his left hand on the steering wheel, and then he has a weapon like a pistol, but it's not a pistol. It was a specialized weapon that was used by the CIA, but it could shoot bullets. But it was specifically designed for that, to not let out much of a muzzle flash, and it was supposed to have more of a suppression on it. Anyways, when you see the footage, he has his hand on the steering wheel. He does not turn around. He reaches over his shoulder like he's scratching his back, and then he fires the weapon. And then another thing to think about is, what does Jackie do, Jackie Kennedy? Most people, when somebody's shooting, you would naturally probably duck down. What does she do?
runs
She
away.
jumps out of the convertible, tries to run out of the trunk, trying to get out of there, because she probably thought she was going to get shot and killed by that guy. So that's the footage I seen, and that's what I believe what happened. But it's kind of hard to find. But if I could get that, Ruby, I'll send it to you.
I've seen what you're.
But it is
I've
out
seen
there.
what you were talking about, JP. I've seen that.
It was bought by
Wow, yeah,
Bill
definitely.
Cooper bought it in the 1990s for like $30,000 from somebody. But it was somebody that was there. But in his documentary about Bill Cooper, they actually do show it in there, and it's just clear as day. And it's from none of the angles that you actually see. That's the known footage that the FBI or CIA has allowed. But even the weapon too, I could talk more about that another time. But it was a specialized kind of pistol. It was almost kind of like an air pistol that they made.
Yep.
That can actually shoot a bullet. But there was also other shooting. I don't know if it was more than one shooter, but Oswald was definitely shooting. But that was more of the distraction that led up to that. But you can see by the way Jackie Kennedy was behaving and stuff, it's real suspicious. But yeah, I do believe, it was the driver. But yeah, he didn't turn around. He was just driving casually, and he just did it oh so calmly. Looked like he just scratched his shoulder real quick, and then that was it. He still had one hand on the wheel and all that.
Really quickly before we move on to the
But that's
sorry,
my 3
guys.
minutes. That's all I wanted to say. But this is a great show tonight. I really enjoy all this.
Oh, thank you, JP. Thank you for
Nothing to
joining.
say on the Holocaust stuff. I don't really have an opinion about that, but I haven't looked at that side of that stuff too much. But that's my 3 minutes. But yeah, thanks for the show.
Yes.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
thank you. I got two things and I know Jimmy's gonna like this. You're speaking about assassinations and the evergreen comment that he made last stream. And I think you have seen this, Jimmy, but really quickly before we move on to the pyramids, that this was posted. Yeah. So this was posted. One of Epstein's victims, Virginia. She has only 4 days to live after being hit by a bus. And I think she's getting taken out. I truly think for her speaking out, doing that interview that she did, and I didn't even know she did that interview, I think they're taking her out.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
It looks like a Princess Diana thing all over again. Except she should have died on
that's
impact. Except
another
she should
one.
have died on impact. They've been doing the same thing over and over again, making fools out of us.
And that's why the Q boards have always said, understand their playbook.
Right.
Because once you understand the playbook, then you can start tying everything together.
They're so arrogant that they give it to us.
Yeah. I mean, you go all the way back. Let's just start with the Titanic. You know,
Oh yeah.
the way that went down. Then you had World War One, then the Balfour Declaration, then the stock market crash, then Hitler coming to power, World War II, the Holocaust. Then it goes into the Cold War, and then you get to JFK. It all fucking ties together. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just being recycled because I think it's the same people. I think they don't ever die. I think they live forever. I don't know what potion they're drinking, but it's demonic.
It is the same. I mean, and that's like, you know, when you look at Crossfire Hurricane, when you look at the elections of 2020, when you look at, you know, Benghazi, Fast and Furious, it's always the same people involved. And that's what I know. I think it's somebody said in the comments that could this JFK stuff just be a distraction? I would have to answer no on that because this is part of the public learning the truth about these things. You have to start with JFK. You can't, you know, everybody's screaming about Epstein files and this and that, but you can't, you got to start the story from the beginning to the public.
Right. No, but I think she was saying more so that it's a distraction of who actually killed him rather than the actual juicy part of the JFK story.
Oh,
but I don't know if that's what she meant, but that's how I took it. Is that people are distracted about how many shooters, who shot who it's like you're getting distracted again. You need to dig
because
a little bit
you're not looking at who was behind it.
Right.
Who was orchestrating it? Because the same people that orchestrated that are the same ones we are fighting now. And I will go ahead and say they are not winning right now.
Okay, yeah, she just confirmed that I was right. Okay, Gigi, so I read that right. Good. So I agree with her. If that's what she meant, I agree. It's like it doesn't really matter who did what. We need to dig deeper onto what really happened and why he was taken out. Right. Exactly. Okay,
well,
so
it did win one round in France today.
Do what?
The deep state won.
Oh, yeah. Was that with the whole thing with Mary Le Pen?
Yes.
Yeah, remember I mentioned that earlier in the show.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you could give one for the deep state.
Yeah, like I said, they are still. They have little pockets of control, but they don't have the control they had before. They are being dismantled slowly but surely.
Okay. All right. So last thing. Then we're gonna move to the pyramids. I promise. So remember, Jimmy, you made the comment before about Justin Bieber, the evergreen, the trafficking, all that. So I found this on X, so I can play it for you today. The caption says, "This is a clip about child trafficking and evergreen shipping containers from the TV show Dexter." So I don't know
That's a good episode.
I've seen that.
Oh, okay. I've never seen it, so I just wanted to play it for anybody who doesn't know.
Something that lives in the deepest, darkest hole of the thing called Dexter.
Awesome.
Get in there. Somebody else, get in there now. It's all right, little guy. You're safe now. Nothing
That's
will hurt
Dexter right there as a kid.
I promise.
It's hidden in plain sight.
Yep.
And you know what? That it bothers me. Honestly, it really bothers me how they put it. Like I understand the angle of awareness, right? Exposure. But it bothers me that they put it just like that. And what are we supposed to do with that? Like,
What's the
what
metaphor that you're saying about that clip? What did I miss?
the connection between the evergreen containers,
And
connection
child
to
trafficking.
Clinton, yeah, and child trafficking. That is actually real. It's not a conspiracy
Oh,
theory.
I see now. Okay, because I've seen that episode. I only saw the first season of Dexter, but because I didn't like it. But yeah, all right, I get it now.
But it bothers me. Like, I don't like that. Why are we just putting it in TV shows and movies? And then when somebody actually digs deeper and finds out this is could be very true, what are we doing about it?
And why is it that Hollywood is mostly made up of Jewish people, and that it seems like that they are trying to destroy our morality with something that they don't even partake of in their own country?
Correct.
As much as Americans do. I don't know. I don't want to sound like a racist to anybody who is Jewish.
No, we don't do that here.
I'm more talking about the elite. You know.
Yeah. So, anyways, I wanted to show that. We can go more into depth next Tuesday because I know we're gonna move on to the pyramid.
Before we go to the pyramids, there was another clip I sent you to probably close out some of this political stuff. Is Liberation Day. Trump has talked about Liberation Day for tomorrow. Tariffs are supposed to go into effect.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought it would be kind of a cool clip, and it's not that long. It's like 2 minutes, I think, maybe. But I think it would be kind of good. And yeah, what time is it anyway? It's 12:07. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I would play that one.
Okay.
Liberation Day is almost upon us. And in case you don't know what that means, allow me to be the one to tell you. Liberation Day starts on April 2nd, once all the tariffs go into full effect, to get our jobs back that were stolen from us from the likes of Bill Clinton and all those who supported and passed NAFTA in the 90s. Because what it did was it took away all of the wealth from the middle class, which was the number one holder of the wealth in the country at the time. The middle class, the hardworking manufacturing sector. And it displaced that wealth, took it offshore, reduced the wages of the people that they employed, and profits all went to the shareholders and the powers that would be, the president and the politicians on down. Period. Straight thievery. Even Donald Trump has gone as far as to say as much. Not only did it rob the American people and take away the American spirit and the drive, the determination, but the capability to manufacture and provide for ourselves, but it also just enriched the people on the left, the woke, the ideologists, and it emboldened this globalist ideology that you have now seen span across the globe. Take over country after country, ally after ally, to where they're no longer even reminiscent of one another. Upside down was become the new norm. And so because we want our jobs back and we don't want to give our hard-earned money anymore, we don't want to go to war, and we don't want to provide our military, we're the problem and we're the bad guys. Our president got into office and had to pardon Christians that were being persecuted here in America. Our vice president then had to go overseas and tell them, hey, look, the enemy's from within and you're persecuting Christians in your own countries. We had to go as far as to even make our own social networking platforms like True Social, and billionaires had to buy the likes of Twitter in order to give us a voice because we were censored. But none of it makes sense to nobody except for those of us that it makes sense to, because so many people got so stuck in this world of this old adage. Now reality is normal and back to common sense. The basics are here. And when I talk about Liberation Day, or Trump talks about Liberation Day, just a few minutes ago on the news, he was talking about how he doesn't care how much fucking cars are going to cost. Good, because nobody gave a fuck about how many jobs we lost and how much money that our families bled, how much they had to drain out of their own equities of their homes for years and years. And all of a sudden you want me to have compassion in my heart for my neighbors to the north or my neighbors to the south? No. We're getting rid of socialism. We're cutting all these jobs at the federal level. We're going to displace those people, give them viable positions, and these companies will come back. Why will they come back? Because they're making our products, in some cases, for more. Minimum wage in Canada is $17.50 an hour. That's more than an entry-level position for GM or Ford here in America. And down south, beyond the border in Mexico, the federal tax there for our corporations is 30%. So once these taxes get revised, the $4 trillion in tax cuts go into place, Americans can get those jobs back. Recirculable, compounding cash flow. And I'm going to tell you right now, all these naysayers that don't understand how it works, I lived it. Within 3 years' time, if not sooner, you'll start to see and feel the difference of the almighty American economy.
I thought that was good.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
1,000%. Wow. Thank you, Jimmy, for sharing that. That was great. Wow. And it's actually April 2nd right now. It's midnight.
Yes.
So
So what is the big surprise? If we know it's going to be tariffs, what else?
Yeah, I don't know what else is going to happen, but I'll just say there's so much going on behind the scenes right now that once it all comes out, people are going to be shocked. It's just the deep state, corrupt politicians, big tech, fake news. They are all in panic mode right now, and this is why they're pushing these judges to go against Trump. They're trying to use that. That's not going to work. It's going to fail. There's so much going on, and it's going to be done over a period of time. It's got to be done slowly because people, like the lady I talked to today, she doesn't want to look at the Hitler stuff. She just doesn't want to go there. And a lot of people like Ruby don't want to, you have dug down the rabbit hole in child trafficking stuff, but there's a lot of people that don't want to go any further with that. They don't really want to. They don't really want to know.
no.
You're gonna know.
No.
It's going to be made public. It's going to be made public, and you will have no choice but to know what's been going on.
Right. I want to know what's being done. That's my thing. I want to know what's being
You'll
done
find that out.
to save the children.
Yeah, you'll find that out. What do you think those tents were put up in Central Park during COVID, during 2020? Those tents weren't for like sick people.
What? I'm gonna have to look that up. Wow.
Let's just say this goes back to the tunnels and everything, and children being rescued from these tunnels.
Okay, I'll look that up.
That's another rabbit hole there. But
I'll do it.
Good things are going to happen. Good things are happening.
Okay. I want to give a special hello to Deconstructing Jehovah's Witness Brainwashing. That's Quinn Wright in the chat. He says, did you discuss the pyramids yet? I just got here. And that was at 11:49. So I'm so sorry. We're going to get into the pyramid discussion. So if anybody knows anything about pyramids or the whole theory about them, let me know in the comments now so that I can start, starring them and bring them up to the stage. And I do have a clip that I found on X with this guy, Nikola Tesla. And I haven't watched this yet, so I'm watching it live with you guys.
Do you know who Tesla is?
Yeah. Ruby, you don't know who Tesla
inventor,
is?
Right?
Do what, Ruby?
He was an inventor, right?
You don't know who Tesla was? Yeah, he's the real guy that invented
he's awesome.
He was great.
Remember
he's the OG. He got wrong.
Remember when I told you guys last time when people were asking me about the Beatles and stuff like that? Oh, that was on Joe and Fran's show. And I kept saying, I know of them. I just don't know more of it. Like I've heard the name, but I don't know really too much about them. So is there anything you want to let me know, like who this guy is?
Tesla was a genius.
He's the man.
And he was able to show the world how you could have free energy. And he was shut down by the deep state.
Okay.
He worked for Edison, and Edison stole all of his stuff.
Yep.
Okay, I've heard that.
He was the one who invented alternating current, whereas Edison was direct current.
Oh, and when he died, guess who got control over some of his work?
Yes. Trump's uncle.
Trump's uncle.
Yeah. But go ahead.
Which that goes into possibly Project Looking Glass, which after we talk about pyramids, and if it's not too late, there is a video that I put on my X page about Project Looking Glass. I think it's like 5 minutes, but Project Looking Glass, it could be a teaser for next week.
Okay, so I'll see if I can find that. But you don't think it's a little weird that Trump's uncle would get the works of Tesla? Like, why? How?
It's all planned.
No red flags or green flag. Like, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Depends on what he used it for.
Yeah, that's where. Yeah, depends on what it was used for. and who it was being kept away from.
Right. Very interesting figure in history, Nikola Tesla.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Quinn says he did a full breakdown on how the 1990s movie Total Recall foretold what was found in Giza and exactly what it does. Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that.
So that's the pyramid. That's the pyramid stuff.
Okay, so let me see what this video is about. I haven't seen it. I'm gonna watch it with you guys.
Nikola Tesla really know the secret behind the pyramids? According to Tesla, the pyramids were more than just ancient tombs or architectural marvels. He believed that they held a hidden power, a mysterious energy source waiting to be unlocked. Tesla speculated that the pyramids were designed to harness and transmit wireless energy, tapping into the Earth's natural electromagnetic field. In his view, these majestic structures acted as gigantic power plants, capable of transmitting energy across vast distances. Imagine a world where electricity flowed freely, wirelessly, without the need for cumbersome cables or grids. Tesla envisioned a future where the pyramids' technology could be harnessed, revolutionizing the way we power our world. While Tesla's theory remains speculative, it challenges us to think beyond conventional wisdom. It sparks curiosity and invites us to explore the mysteries of the past. So the next time you gaze upon the pyramids, let yourself wonder, could there be more to these ancient wonders than meets the eye?
Yeah, Ruby, that's where Elon Musk got the name for his company. So that's how popular of a figure he is in certain circles.
And that's the only reason why I know the name.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I have to break my head all over again to find out the origins of
It's
this
fun,
stuff.
huh? New wrinkles on the brain. Yes.
No, I get
Look,
headache
look.
daily.
No, look. There's a rule, Ruby. When you put on the magic glasses, you can never take them off.
Yep.
You see the world for what it is, not what they told you that it should be, and you can never force anybody else to wear them.
Yep.
So you got the magic glasses on.
But I didn't know that.
Have you guys ever really looked at the logo of the Tesla car? What it looks like?
Tesla
No,
coil.
what does it look like?
Baphomet.
Oh, okay.
What?
Really
look. Yeah, the Baphomet is the most prolific symbol in American symbolism culture, if you want to call it that. The upside down.
What?
It's everywhere. Yeah, the Baphomet symbol is the number one.
Yes, symbols are in everything.
Everything.
Everything in this world is
Baphomet.
Yes.
But why? You see, this
Because
is my problem. Why?
Because it signals to other people what they're involved with. Okay, look. Let's say, just for fun, right, Ruby, that like I'm in Ohio. So, okay, it's just like putting some kind of a symbol that only somebody else knows. So just like maybe you and Tony have like certain things that you talk about, somebody that you know, right? Somebody that's in this case, it's just you and somebody else.
Right. Right.
This is a glorified example of that. Almost like the conspiracy thing. So basically the idea here is if I'm an evil dude and I go to, let's just say New York, London, doesn't matter, and I'm walking along the sidewalk, this Freemasonic occult Luciferian thing dictates that when I'm walking along the sidewalk, if I need to know where my friends are and I don't have anybody there in town, I look out for the symbols. Okay. It's a lot like the Comet ping pong thing where the symbols above the Comet ping pong store are upside down stars. See, what I noticed about your channel right away is that your motif, your background there on the screen is all upright facing stars. Leonardo da Vinci, the upright man. Anytime that the star, and I mean even a little bit, they start to angle that, some do a total inversion like the Baphomet, like the satanic or Luciferian Baphomet. But as soon as you start to bastardize that upright star, the upright man, it represents not an upright man, not a righteous man. So you'll see daycare centers with Baphomets. You'll see it everywhere. Once you start looking at stars that are not perfectly straight, but are like this, you won't be able to stop seeing them because they are everywhere, in public and private, on TV.
Yep.
Just like the pedo swirl. It just, but just like Joseph's saying, it's the number one symbol
of the Republican Party. Look at that star.
Yep. Or just like what was it? The Patriots years ago. I noticed that immediately on their helmets went from a regular star to a bastardized star. This is an ancient symbol still being used today. It's probably the most prolific one in America that I know of.
And this is why. And this is why
if there's any gamers here, it's also in video games going back very far. In fact, I was playing one with my ex-wife, deceased wife, one time, and she I didn't notice it, and she did, and she's like, "That's a Baphomet symbol right there," and I'm like, "Yep, it sure is." And they're doing that to our children. They've been implementing it in our entertainment of any sort of way.
And these things have been hidden from the public for so long, and we have not been knowledgeable about this stuff. But now it's happening, and that's why on the cue boards it says symbolism will be their downfall.
Yes. It's the same reason why ever since Napoleon and before him, you'll see even this week somebody in politics took a photo. Actors and actresses will do it. Mainly, actually, it's usually a male thing, okay? They put their hand like this. That means that they're keeping it close to the vest.
Yep.
It's a way. It's just like if you were standing across a parking lot from somebody, Ruby, and you told them before, hey, if everything's all good and I can go ahead and do this or that, just give me the signal. And you make up your own signal.
Why does the signal
because it signals that they are in good. No, because it signals that they're in good company. It's exactly what I'm trying to say. It means that you're with like people. It's just like if you did it.
I get that. But why does the signal or the symbol have to be demonic? That's my thing. It's like, why does it have the demonic element?
Because God doesn't rule this world, doesn't run this world.
and that's, for lack of better words, that's the deep state's God.
Right. It's money. It's mammon. It's the devil. It's mammon. It's money. It's what you can either chase truth or you can chase money. Not that money's evil. We need it. But the evil side of money, the greed of it. You can't choose two masters. You know this from your Bible.
Right.
That's why. So just like if you go down the street and you see happy, joyful things, joyful symbols, good things, you know you're in the right place. The opposite is true for these people. That's the whole reason why. And it dictates to them, it lets them know who their people are. To us, it's just a dude on the cover of Rolling Stone going like this. Or Napoleon in his thing going like this on that big painting and stuff like that. To them, it's the wink, wink, nod, nod. Just like we've all done it in our own life. It's just for the good. You know what I mean? These people are on the dark side of the force, and it's a signal to others that's easy to understand and that can be placed anywhere right underneath the public's noses without them ever believing it or knowing it.
Yep.
That's my fear, not knowing something
Okay, like when you look at the Holiday Inn logo, some people just see the Holiday Inn logo. That's Christian. That's a Christian cross. When you look at the Marriott logo, that's an ancient rune symbol being used for the M. When you look at Exxon, that's the double cross.
Yes.
Okay.
It just takes the Gmail logo.
Glasses on, you can see it.
Yeah, the Gmail logo. It's the Mason symbol.
Masonic apron. Right. It's a Masonic apron.
Yep.
You just have to look at it with fresh eyes.
Okay, so this
in
is
the words of George Carlin. There's a big club out there, and you're not in it.
Yeah,
and I don't want to be in it. I do not want to be in that club. If it's
but what he's saying is they're living life of luxury and all that, and while we slave for them, he was saying that all the way back in the 70s.
Yep.
Okay, so Quinn is gonna hop on stream to break down the pyramid ecology, I guess. So I'm gonna put the link. You can hop on, Quinn, right now if you want to, because I was just gonna say last comment before Quinn gets here is that this is the one and only time I think I will agree 100% with our favorite troll, Mr. M, when he talks about the Moloch worship, the Messianic elements, the sun worship, because he did make a comment about that the pyramids were something to the effect of sun worship.
Right.
I believe that. I think I believe that. But there's a lot of like paganism, in my opinion. There's a lot of paganism that goes along with that, and I have not touched that. I think I'm afraid of that all. I'm gonna be honest. I am afraid of the trafficking, and I'm afraid of the demonic and paganism. That everything Johnny just said is what scares me. Is the symbolism.
But that's okay. That fear you will overcome, and then you'll become so much more effective, because you'll realize that fear is an illusion. The only fear that is possible to exist is in nature. The bear, the tiger, the animal instinct. This other shit is exactly that. It is a light play on your mind. They understand the science, right? Just like slipping in Mickey Mouse, sticking his dick in the Swiss cheese. This is a exponential version of that. It's, I mean, that's what he was doing.
You didn't have to say
that's what they want. They want people to be feared. They actually, not to make you even more anxious about it, that fear is what they want because they feed off of it. It's called looshing. Okay. It's just like a bully getting off on bullying a kid in middle school. We all saw it happen.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. You little, and they're pushing people, and the kid, if he didn't react, obviously he should punch him in the nose, but instead he reacts. That's fuel. That's literal invisible energy, right? And that's the whole deal with the kids and stuff like that, is you can only sell a bag of heroin once, but you can resell a child 1,000,000 times and then sell his organs when you're done with it. That's uncensored shit. But they want the fear from that because it stops you from acting against it. So you have to overcome the fear to take action.
In Ukraine, selling organs.
Yeah,
that was happening. And if you really look at the symbol of Ukraine, it's also a Basilisk symbol.
Yeah,
it's everywhere.
Ruby, to kind of bring us back to what we were talking. I know it's Pixar, but have you saw Monsters Inc., right?
Oh yeah.
Do you know the story behind Monsters Inc. and what they were telling?
Yeah, you've said it. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, they were showing you right there what they do to these children.
And the Pixar symbol itself is one light. It's a one-eyed, illuminated light.
Yep.
You know, it's been there the whole entire time. So I'm not trying to get you on a frequency that's negative at all, Rube. It's just that you're already so motivated. Going into the jungle and facing the tiger is the next step. Then you'll become like your brain will explode in a good way. And you'll be like, you know what? I'm no longer afraid of this. It's happening. I'm going to take steps to change it. And then that's where people give up. There's so many of us. Well, nobody else will get on board. Oh, well, this and that. Going down that freaking frequency is just what they want. It's when we go no and start to do this that things literally start to change. Your brain is a reality creation machine. You have to decide what you want to create with it. These people get off on the fear. They love it because it hides their activity because you're too scared to move. Then
right. And you'll do nothing in action, and you won't help anybody. You won't do anything.
And it is the indifference of good men, whatever that quote is, that is even worse than evil men. It's good men, and of course women. It's an old quote, so it's not being sexist, but it's the indifference of good men in the face of evil that is worse than the evil itself. You know, it's just like I tell people that I know in real life. If you're hanging out with me in real life and we're walking around somewhere and somebody's doing some fly shit they shouldn't be doing, I'm not the one to turn around. I'm running to it. But that's because I conditioned myself in that way. You can get there too. You know, as we know, people will sit there and get shot or stabbed in the street, and people pull out their cell phone. Go help, man. What are you doing?
Reach out, dude. Good point.
And that's
feel
why
that.
things are messed up, because people won't. And yet we also see, and that's universal law. Universal God, whatever you want to call it, dictates that we're shown both sides of the fence. That's why evil hasn't won yet and why it won't win. Because then we see other videos where a guy is getting harmed and somebody else goes, no. You know, like I saw a video the other day where it was a setup to see what people would do. But it was a woman walking down the street. Obviously, it's all being filmed and it's a setup, like to see what people will do. And she's got the baby in the car seat. You know, she's holding onto the handle and she puts the baby down. And then she gets distracted on purpose on the phone. And then another guy who's an actor who's with the group comes up and just, and this is like in a crowded cafe. I think it looked European. It could be anywhere, obviously. And he just picks up the baby carrier with the baby inside of it and walks off. Person after person after person just watched it happen.
Yeah,
and then out of 30, yeah, and then out of a bunch of people, only these two dudes were like, hey, is he with you? As soon as the woman said no, they were, and the one guy was sitting there smoking a cigarette, up immediately running after the guy.
Yeah.
But it was only like one out of like dozens of people. That is what they count on, and that's what has to be stopped, is the indifference.
Wow.
Hey, Ruby.
Okay.
There was one comment from and then we'll get to Quinn. Gigi said something about not Monsters Inc. too. Did I see that?
Yeah.
So for those that don't know, in Monsters Inc., what they would do is they would go and scare these children, and of course, the louder the screams were, the more energy that they got and were able to use. So what were they showing us here? They were showing us what they do with the adrenochrome.
It's revelation of the method.
Yep, because what they do is they scare these children, these babies. Because when you scare these kids, then their adrenaline raises and it becomes more potent. Then they extract it and then they consume it.
Yep.
So
Supposedly,
that's what Monster.
something like Biden was on.
That's what Monster Inc. was showing everybody.
Oh my God. Yeah. And now I feel sick to my stomach. So we're gonna move on to Quinn Wright. He's finally on the stage. And let me know if anybody hears an echo. I don't know if you still hear it, Quinn. Are you good? Everybody's good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Quinn,
Okay,
can you
Quinn.
hear us?
Okay. Yeah, I think the echo's gone.
Okay.
Okay. Yep.
All right. So Quinn, it has the floor. Go ahead. You have some information about the pyramids that you wanted to share with us.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still getting an echo.
Check.
I'm still getting
echoing?
an echo, yeah.
All right. So I'll mute everybody and I'll mute myself and I'll just give you the time you need. And then I'll unmute whenever you want. Just let me know.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
So basically, okay, no, I'm still hearing myself. So I'm speaking and then I'm hearing myself.
You're good on this end. I don't hear you echoing. Oh, maybe your headphones.
It must be you.
Yeah, it's just you. Sorry, Quinn. Okay, you have to unmute yourself. You muted yourself. Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm still hearing an echo. I don't know why. Like I'm speaking and then I'm hearing myself speak after.
There's no echo here. Does anybody hear an echo?
You know
I
what
don't
it
hear
is?
nothing.
It's the deep state doesn't want me to give you this information. That's what's going on.
Stop it.
The last time I did
able
the
to sleep
video with
tonight.
Jimmy, we had issues like this. Hold on. Okay, so I'm going to turn my volume down so I can't hear myself. So, is everything good?
Yes.
You can hear me? Okay. So basically, have you heard of Billy Carson?
Yes, I have.
Okay, you don't have to unmute yourself. So Billy Carson wrote a book called Compendium of the Emerald Tablets, and in his book, he has a diagram of what was found under Egypt, because ancient writings have spoken about these things. So there's ancient documents that talked about these chambers and pillars under the Great Pyramid, and they date back years. So basically, it contradicts the Bible's timeline, because you can trace the Bible's timeline back to when it says that Adam died. It specifically says Adam lived to however many years, like 900 something years old. So people who are Christian usually believe that the earth is only about 7,000 years old, based on the time we're living in now, going back to when Adam died or when Adam was created. So these ancient things that are uncovered are dating back way older than the Bible. So people are thinking that these structures are at least 38,000 years old. So the video that I did recently talks about how in the movie Total Recall, they reveal these giant pillars under a pyramid. But in the movie, it's based on Mars, but Mars also has a connection to ancient Egypt. So that's just one thing. And one thing that I want to say too is that I already predicted how most Christians would act. I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way, but anytime that something comes up that contradicts the Bible, they just say it's the Nephilim. Like the Nephilim are the book. Oh, what's the Nephilim? They can find life in another universe, and they'll say, "Oh, it's the Nephilim." The Nephilim are doing it to trick people. But these ancient things were talked about and written about in these ancient documents. So in the movie Total Recall, because the deep state, they always tell you what the truth in movies. So to just explain it to your audience who doesn't understand like what they're doing, they believe in the law of karma and universal law. So what they believe is that if they violate people's free will, then they're going to get a worse fate for violating people's free will. So what they think is that if they tell you to your face in movies what they're doing and what they're really all about, then they look at it as if we ignore it, then we consent. So they look at it as, well, we told them and they went along with it anyway. So it avoids the law of karma, is the way these people think. So this is why they always put these clues in movies. They have to do that. It's like a ritual for them. So going back to the movie Total Recall, that the structure under the pyramid, and this is what the movie Total Recall is revealing, is it can generate free wireless energy to everybody. And that's what Jimmy said about Tesla. And that's one reason why he also got targeted and attacked, because Tesla knew that the Great Pyramid can generate free wireless energy. So in the movie Total Recall, that the plot is slightly different because they're on Mars. But basically, the idea is that whatever the pyramid does, which is most likely what Tesla said it does, the deep state doesn't want us to have free energy, because that's how they control people with oil and things like that. So they already know what was under this pyramid back in 1990 when this movie came out. So, but anyway, that's just part of what I wanted to start off with.
Okay, everybody can unmute if you have anything to add, and if you do, just remember the 3 minute limit. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Quinn is directly over the target. It's karmic hand washing, and it's occultic karmic hand washing. And a great example of this that everybody can understand. Like, dig this, Ruby. And once again, this is not something that I'm condoning. It's just a scenario. And I'll just put this on the fellas because it needs to be that way. You go out with your boys to shoot some pool at the bar, okay? And there's some guy there that has got major static. He's not there for a good time. He's there to cause a problem. You're not paying him any attention, but things get worse over the night. And eventually he wants to start a fight, right? So you tell the guy, look, you need to stop or I'm going to put you on the ground. Stop it. And you tell him over and over and over. He doesn't listen. A fight starts. You put him on the ground. Instinctively, what's the first thing that you say to the guy on the ground? I told you. I told you if you didn't stop, that you were getting put on the ground and you didn't do it. That's a secular example of this concept that, like Quinn's saying, they, in a veiled way, not even veiled anymore, they're pretty, out and out about it. They will present what they're doing, and the whole entire point is do something about it, fool. If not, we're going to keep on going, because now we told you what we're doing. We're free and clear. It's now on you. And that goes for pretty much everything. That it's a karmic hand washing, that it's revelation of the method. They tell you what they're going to do, when they're going to do it, and how they're going to do it. And you can either choose to stop it or stand still. And, like they say, flight or fight, but it's also freeze. You got 3 choices. But when they do that, like Quinn is saying, they have now washed them. They've absolved themselves of any karmic debt by telling you what they're going to do. And that goes with pretty much any damn thing you can think of.
So I missed a part of your speech, Johnny, because my computer blacked out and kicked me out.
It was just a secular example of understanding karmic hand washing. And that's okay. And I'll just make like another example. If you do you have children?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Like little nephews and nieces or kids, right? To have a more innocent example. If you don't finish your homework, you can't go outside. You're not gonna be able to play with your friends unless you get that book report done. This and they don't do it and they can't go outside. So the first thing that instinctively most of us are gonna say is, I told you. I already presented the revelation of the method. I revealed to you that if you don't do the book report, you can't go outside. You didn't do it. Now I told you what was going to happen and you didn't do it. I told you so. Now it's not on me. Now, if your book report is late or whatever, or you can't go outside and play, now that's on you. That's an innocent parent example. On some evil stuff, they do the exact same thing. They'll, because then it's just like the Bible said, like the Bible, like since you're religious, the Bible's already said that all will be revealed, that you will know. So whether it's Mickey Mouse with Swiss cheese, well, it was there the whole entire time, or Baphomet symbols, or stuff about the pyramids, like Quinn's talking about, it's all the exact same method that they repeatedly use because it works. It's here's what's going to happen. Here's what I'm going to do. You know about it. You didn't do anything to change it. So now that's on you, homie. That's what they're doing, but in an evil way.
Yep.
It's karmic hand washing. It's,
I fixed my. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say.
No, you go ahead.
I fixed my echoing problem. What it was I still had your channel up on another window. So that's what the problem was. I was hearing your channel, then the live stream separately, and it was causing an echo.
Okay. So you got it. And now my computer's acting up. It's like blacking out. This is so weird. Yeah, it's kind of scary. My stomach drops every single time this happens because I'm.
Yeah, don't be scared though, because they feed off of fear. The elite are not that.
Control that.
They feed off of fear only.
No, it's just a little freaky. It's just a little freaky because everything's on, but then it'll black out, kick me out the studio, but everything's on and working. And it's like I'm trying to get back to you guys, and I'm home alone, so it's kind of scary. Okay, I was gonna ask you, Quinn, the movie you're talking about. Total Recall. Do you want to watch a trailer right now with everybody? Because I've never seen it. I don't know what that's about at all. And you made mention of it. So let me see if I could do this.
And people don't take it seriously because it's Arnold Schwarzenegger. I know there's a new one now as well.
Hey, Ruby. There's 2 of them. There's an original and a remake. So ask them which one, right? Isn't there? Or is that my thinking?
Original. There's 2. One's Colin Farrell and one's Arnold.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one from 15 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's see this one.
Business taxes was.
See if there's any Baphomets in this commercial. Never mind.
Your mind.
Pyramid.
It is the center of your life. It is everything you hear, Everything you see, everything you feel.
Sounds like Morpheus.
It is everything you are. How would you know if someone stole your mind?
Pyramid symbolism.
Arrest that woman!
Yeah.
Quaid.
Cut.
Get ready for a surprise!
We can't let him run around. He knows too much. They've got your bug. I got a lock.
There!
The bug's in your skull. Take this thing out of the case and stick it up your nose. Don't worry, it's self-guiding.
Got him.
I lost him.
Welcome to Mars. You got a lot of nerve showing your face around here.
Look who's talking.
You erased your identity and implanted a new one.
If I'm not me, who the hell am I?
He's got a hologram!
Welcome to Johnny Cab. Drive. Where can I take you tonight? Please fasten your seatbelt. I want Quaid delivered alive for reimplantation.
That's for making me come to Mars. You wouldn't hurt me. After all, we're married.
Consider that a divorce.
Yeah, that's one of the
Hope you
best.
enjoyed the ride.
Don't go in there. There's a bomb in there.
And they wrap it up in movies so that the masses don't take it seriously. But with the magic glasses on, it's super deep.
Yeah.
Karmic hand washing. We told you we're going to put implants in your head. We told you this and that.
Okay, so Quinn, go ahead if you had any more to add, because I just wanted to watch
Yeah.
that to see what you were talking about. Go ahead.
Yeah, could you go to my channel and share that, because I can direct you to some of the screenshots that I made.
Okay, so your channel is called what?
Well, if you go to my deconstructing channel, then I can direct you from there. That's the easiest way to find it.
Okay, deconstruct.
Consider that a divorce.
Looks like it's going to be another 4-hour night.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Thanks a lot, Jimmy. It's all Jimmy's fault.
Okay, this is your channel.
Okay, yeah. So hit the link right there at the top, where it says YouTube. Okay, new channel.
Oh, cool. He's got Manchurian Candidate in the banner.
Okay, so it's going to be the first video right there. Yeah, so click on that. So if you pause it, you don't have to play it. But that's a picture of it in Total Recall, and that's the thing on Giza on the left or on the right. But if you go forward a little bit more, I'm going to show you even more comparisons. So just maybe just go through it a little bit.
Keep going.
Keep going. Okay, right there. Yes. Okay. Play it a couple more seconds.
Back or forward?
Forward.
Forward.
Okay, right there. Okay, so here's the thing. So not only does the structure look the same because you got these giant pillars, but what are the odds that it's under a pyramid? Right. So in the movie Total Recall, it's under a pyramid. These giant pillars that are some sort of energy generator under a pyramid. right? So that's just one out of many coincidences of that they're depicting the same exact thing. And then if you go maybe skip past a little bit further, like okay, wait, go back. Okay, right there is good. So again, that's from Total Recall, and the top picture, those are the giant pillars, like you can see how big they are to the humans. And the bottom picture shows that it's something that they're saying was built by aliens because it's so high tech. And that's what they've been saying about the pyramids for the longest time. They're saying, how could they build the pyramids? Because they can't even duplicate the pyramids now with modern technology. They can't build a structure like the pyramid. So people are always speculating, well, is it aliens? Is it the Anunnaki? Like, it couldn't have been the Egyptian 4,000 years ago. So in this movie, Total Recall, they're depicting the same thing, that it's some sort of structure built by aliens under a pyramid. And so I mentioned this in the video, but basically Total Recall is a science fiction movie. So they're not limited to what they want to put in this movie. So what are the odds of all the structures they could use in a science fiction movie? They just happen to put these pillars that are energy generated under a pyramid. Like, so when you really think about it, like, what are the odds that they put it under a pyramid, just like what was found in Giza? And then maybe go a little bit further, like about halfway. Okay, so go back. Okay, stop. Or no, I'm sorry, go forward. Okay, right there. Okay, just hit play, let it, or fast forward it just a tiny bit. I just want to go to the next screen. Okay, go back. I'm sorry, the way that it's
okay, right there.
Yeah, so it's going to be the frame after this frame. And of Orion, you also have. Okay, can you go like just like a couple of seconds back? Okay, right there. Stop right there. Okay, so many people know that the pyramids of Giza are aligned with Orion's belt, which is the constellation of Orion. But many people who don't know this about Mars is that Mars also has these like man-made craters that are also specifically aligned to Orion's belt. And there's also a giant face on Mars that is similar to the Sphinx. So some speculate that humans originated on Mars and then they ended up migrating to Earth, which is why Egypt has the same structures as Mars. But the reason I mention this in the video is because what are the odds that they based this movie on Mars, which Mars has a direct connection to Giza, and Mars has the same structures that Giza has. So Mars actually has pyramids on Mars. There's something called a five-sided pyramid on Mars. They have a face on Mars, and they got these craters that are aligned specifically to Orion's belt, just like we see in Giza. So the fact that it's based on Mars is just another like subliminal message that they're giving you that they're talking about the same thing. And if you fast forward just a little bit more, okay, right past that. Okay, right there. Okay, so this is the face on Mars. This is what satellites captured, these weird anomalies on Mars. So this is another just strange connection between Giza and Mars. Mars has this big face that kind of looks like a sphinx. Not exactly, but it's the same idea. And if you go forward a little bit, I'm going to show a better comparison of it. Okay, right there. Okay, yeah, so it's another thing that's very similar to Giza on Mars. And so I'm not saying this to offend any Christians, but I appreciate the fact that you call your show now, what is it, the Relentless Political Corner or something like that. So because you called it Relentless, I didn't make it up. You called it Relentless. That gives me the freedom to be a little bit tough on this. So not saying this in a disrespectful way, but every time that something comes up that contradicts the Bible, the brainwashing with a lot of Christians is that it's the Nephilim. The Nephilim are the boogeyman. It's just like when we're in Watchtower, and everything is Satan, right? Like I remember, like if I was late for work, oh, Satan's trying to make you late for work. Everything is Satan, right? So Christians have a similar type of brainwashing where anytime that something like this pops up, oh, it's just the Nephilim. Oh, it's the Nephilim trying to trick people. No, it's not the Nephilim, because when you date back these structures based on when the Bible says that the Nephilim existed, you're talking about more than 10,000 years earlier than the Bible's timeline. And again, you can get the Bible's timeline by tracing it back from CE when Christ was on earth to back when it said Adam died. We know exactly the year it was when Adam died because it says specifically how old Adam was. So these structures go way back before Adam and Eve and all that stuff. So like this is some sort of ancient aliens, whatever you want to call it, but it dates way back older than the Bible. And some say that these things were built during the time of Atlantis. So if anyone knows about Edgar Cayce, so Edgar Cayce, which Christians would say, or they would say he's demonic because everything is demonic that again contradicts the Bible. So Edgar Cayce was a prophet, and you can call him a channeler. Like he got visions, he channeled spirits, and he was like in the early like 1900s. So he predicted all this type of stuff. He talked about Atlantis, for example, and many people don't even know that they call it the Atlantic Ocean because that name originated from Atlantis. That's why it was called the Atlantic Ocean, because the city Atlantis was in that area. So Edgar Cayce talked about how Atlantis gone through several destructions, and one destruction that he said was that the prehistoric animals, I don't know if he meant specifically dinosaurs, but something like that, these prehistoric animals were getting out of control. So the Atlanteans, they wanted to set a trap for all these prehistoric animals and basically kill them off because they're getting too dangerous. So they laid some sort of a trap with something with methane gas, and they wanted to lead these prehistoric animals into this trap to blow them all up. But the explosion was so big that it exploded Atlantis itself. So some who think that Atlantis remnants are like in the area of the Bermuda Triangle, which is another reference to triangles and other weird stuff. But some say that the reason why those islands are all broken up into pieces is because they're saying that that was the remnants of Atlantis, why those islands are broken up like that. But anyway, so when Edgar Cayce said that there is this methane gas trap that they set for the prehistoric animals, so scientists had found that right where Edgar Cayce said there's these big pockets of methane gas. I have to go back and look at that information to tell you exactly where it's at, but it proved that like some big explosion happened with methane gas. And back when Edgar Cayce said this, he didn't have no way of just making that up. Like it's not like they uncovered this years after he died. So Edgar Cayce, and some who want to know more about Atlantis, they can look up Edgar Cayce. So he predicted a lot of this stuff that is now basically being found in ancient Egypt. And another thing too is so the Sphinx itself, it most likely was the head of a lion, the original head. So you can tell that the head, it's not the original head because it's disproportionately smaller to the body. If you look at the head of the Sphinx, it's like a little mini head on top of this giant body. So you can tell that the head, it was carved down. That's why the head is smaller, because when the Egyptians uncovered the Sphinx, it was already there. They carved the head down to make that Egyptian pharaoh hat to make it look like one of them. But that's why the head is disproportionately smaller. Also, if you take a very good look at the Sphinx, the face is African, because you can tell by the way that the bottom part of the jaw, like it swoops out. And my jaw is kind of like that. It's like an African face. The face is not Egyptian at all when you look clearly at the face of the Sphinx versus the face of other Egyptian statues. So some speculate that the face has been changed more than once. That the original face was a lion, and then African people that were there before the Egyptians, they carved it to make it look more African, and then the Egyptians carved it down again. But another thing interesting about it originally being a lion's head is that the Sphinx, if you picture it with a lion's head, it looks just like the symbol for Leo in astrology. And if you date back to what the night sky looked like back when they say that it was probably around 36,000 years ago, the constellation of Leo was right visible where the Sphinx was at. So back I mean, if this information is true, I'm not saying like I'm an archaeologist and I've tested this, but it's interesting that back then, 38,000 years ago, the constellation of Leo was right over the Sphinx, and it looks like Leo the way it's sitting. So basically, the reason that like modern Egypt wants to push you the story that it was just nothing but a tomb for the pharaohs is because one, this stuff contradicts the Bible. So you have a lot of special interest groups that don't want you knowing how old these structures are. So they have to stay to, oh, it's just 4,000 years ago. So these Egyptian people that are saying that, they're being paid to say, they don't even believe that. They're being paid to say stuff like that. But it contradicts the Bible, which is why they have to keep denying this stuff. But anyway, I don't want to keep talking too long, but basically, I believe that all those structures were there built by the time of Atlantis, way before the Bible characters, all that stuff. It was built by the Atlanteans about 38,000 years ago. And then when the Egyptian civilization, when they came upon that land, the Sphinx was already there. The pyramids were already there. So then they were inspired by the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx, and that's why they started building so many other pyramids and sphinxes and things like that, because they were inspired by what was already left by the Atlanteans. And again, that's why it's called the Atlantic Ocean. And it is weird that at the Bermuda Triangle is where they're saying too there's remnants of Atlantis.
That's a lot to take in, but I took it, and I will counter kindly and respectfully. But I want to ask Johnny. You were shaking your head a few seconds ago. I wanted to ask you, why were you shaking your head just a second ago?
Oh, actually, I was just reading in the comments as I was listening. I was hearing everything that Quinn was saying, but it was a thing in the comments about the Tate brothers, and I was just having an inner dialogue. That's all.
Okay, so respectfully, Quinn, I don't think that it necessarily contradicts, but and then another point that I wanted to bring up was when you mentioned Billy Carson and that whole element about what he talks about. I don't believe a word he says, especially after that debate he had with Wes. And I know you covered it because I haven't watched the video yet, but I am going to. But after that, to me, in my opinion, everything he says and does is already discredited. Like, I don't believe a single word that comes out his mouth. And I do believe that he is another grifter or a plant preaching what he's preaching, making money off of it. And the main point is, in my opinion, no offense, is just to take away people away from God, away from the Bible, away from a belief in that. And then that's why he brings up these ancient writings or these ancient buildings or structures or whatever, as if to say that the God of the Bible is false or wrong or doesn't exist, or whatever point he's trying to make, in my opinion, is just to take away people from Christ. Now, I don't know his motive or his agenda or whatever. That's just my opinion. So when I'm listening to you, it's like I'm listening, but it's not setting in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can entertain it. I just don't think I necessarily believe it. Like, honest to God, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think I believe that, but I'm listening to you.
And I respect that. I respect that 100%. And I just want to say that, so I covered that in the video that I did in defense of Billy Carson, because the title of that video was Billy Carson is being slandered like Trump. And the reason I called it that is because I break down in that video that the way that they set him up is just like how the, what do they call it? The press conference sets up Trump, like back during 2020. So they would already study Trump. They would know what to say. They would try to catch him off guard and get him to say stupid things. Then they would capitalize on it. So Billy Carson was caught off guard. And the thing is that there's a lot of weird things around that debate. And that's what I broke down more in that video. A lot of weird things. Like first of all, it was his friend, his next door neighbor that set it up. That's a weird thing when now they're enemies and that was his friend. Like that's it, I'm not saying that that proves anything, but it's a kind of a weird thing. The second thing is that he almost died a couple of weeks before that debate. And then if you look at the debate, he looks sick. He like you can look at the way that he looks, his face, compared to any other time we've seen Billy Carson. It almost looks like they poisoned him, to be honest. Like they could have hit him with like, I don't know, directed energy weapon.
No,
I know that
I
sounds
get that. I get that respectfully. I saw all of the commentary about that, and I agree he was sick. He should have never agreed to do that. But that doesn't justify the lies that he's already spread about his industry. You know, whatever he was doing, whatever he was researching, it doesn't justify that. He lied about that. And
Well,
so in my opinion, I don't believe anything that comes out of his mouth.
and I can ease your mind with that. And so, regardless of Billy Carson, the thing is that he didn't actually create the Emerald Tablets, and that's the thing that not everybody understands. So, what was spoken about in things like the Emerald Tablets, there's a lot of other researchers that come across the same situation. So, like Billy Carson is one person that talks about these ancient manuscripts. So, and again, I like Billy Carson, but let's just say, for argument's sake, that he is a fraud. Let's just say that he's a fraud, right? It doesn't change the fact that the guy Thoth, who he talks about, who wrote the Emerald Tablets, this character Thoth is all over the ancient world, all over. So it's not like what people don't understand is that they're trying to use Billy Carson to discredit all that stuff with ancient Egypt. He didn't make all that stuff with ancient Egypt. There's other researchers that are coming across the same situation. Like, for example, when they say that the pyramids are 38,000 years ago, or that, like, again, the face on the Sphinx, you can tell that is recarved, and that there's water erosion on the Sphinx that dates way older than the Bible. Like, there's so many other researchers besides Billy Carson. So let's just say Billy Carson is a fraud. Forget about that. Say this new team of researchers that are using this scanning technology to be able to scan and see that these structures are under the pyramid. They have nothing to do with Billy Carson.
Okay.
And say, like, but I also want to say too that as bad as Billy Carson looked with all this stuff that came out about him, it is just like Trump, because the only difference between Billy Carson and Trump is that Trump is a bigger name than Billy Carson. He has a bigger following. So when they tried to destroy him, he still had a strong network, where Billy Carson isn't as strong as Trump. So, like, think about it like this: like, as much as you think Billy Carson is this and that, what do people think about Trump? They think he's like the worst person in the world. They can't stand him. He's a racist. He's this and that. And you try to argue with people who say Trump's a racist, they will swear, oh no, I heard him say this. I heard, because they're brainwashed. He was set up. Trump is always set up. So people will swear he's a racist. He hates women. He hates our country. So I'm just saying that, like, if you do watch that whole video that I broke down, and again, it's a long video. It's an hour and like 40 minutes. But if you watch it to the end, I promise you that you'll at least be a little bit more open-minded to, like, how they set him up, because they did set him up. He was set up. And the reason I want to say why they attacked him is, I don't know, I'm not sure if I heard correctly, but I thought Jimmy said something about like how the deep state went after Tesla. And this is what I'm saying. Anybody that goes against the mainstream narrative, especially when it comes to Christianity or anything like that, gets attacked. Trump gets attacked, Tesla gets attacked, Billy Carson got attacked. Like, that's what happened. So when you like seen all this stuff about Billy Carson, and the whole world is he's this, he's that. Anytime that somebody's attacked to that level, there's a good chance that it's a setup, that they're innocent. But again, throw out Billy Carson, forget about him. And again, there's a lot of this stuff that the other researchers are saying. And one thing about the Bible and God is that, like, I just want to say too that I believe in God. I do believe in God, but people sometimes think that the Bible is God. So if you question God, if you question the Bible, they think you're questioning God. Oh, I don't believe in God. God is not the Bible. You can believe in God and not believe in the Bible. It's not the same thing. So a couple of things about the Bible, for example, is like in the Old Testament, if children misbehave and they weren't listening and they kept doing wrong, the Old Testament said stone them to death, stone children. And then you might remember the time where these kids were making fun of Elijah. That's what kids do. They make fun of people. And what did God do? He sent a wild bear to rip them up into pieces. Like there's so much stuff in the Bible that does not seem like a loving God. Like stuff that the brainwashing tells us, oh, don't question God. He must have a reason. Has a reason for what? Why would you murder children? And why could a man in the Bible have sex with as many women as he wanted to marry? Right? He could have sex with his concubines. He could have 50 wives, have sex with his 50 wives, have concubines, have sex with them. But what happens if a woman has sex with another man? She's to be stoned to death according to the law. Well, why? Why would God set a law saying that men can have orgies, right? And I know the Bible doesn't say they were having orgies, but King Solomon had 700 wives, right? He's having orgies, period. But if a woman ever had another husband, she's to be stoned to death. So, like, those things don't seem like a loving God to me personally. And that's just what I'm saying. And me questioning the Bible, it doesn't mean I'm questioning God's existence. And I'm sorry, I never come on this show, so I have a lot to say. I don't mean to hog it, but like I'll shut up for now.
Oh, we're
no, it's good food for thought. Yeah, it's good food for thought either way you cut it.
Well, since Ruby's not here at the moment, I don't know where she went. I will say that in my experience, when it comes to the Bible and stuff, I know we really don't want to keep going on the subject, but I do question it. And it's funny because when you do question it, I put a post out on my Facebook page questioning a scripture, and all of a sudden I had Christians just coming at me. And it kind of reminded me of when you go against something the Watchtower teaches or whatever, a full NJW will defend that crap to their death. And it was the same attitude I got from some of the hardcore Christians when it came to the scripture that I was questioning. So, and the other reason I question the Bible, going back to what we're talking about ancient civilizations and everything, you had the Epic of Gilgamesh that was out, during the Sumerian times. And the Epic of Gilgamesh talks about a great flood. You have other civilizations that, predate Jesus that were talking about, this person had 12 friends and they did these miracles. So it was like all of this stuff was already out there before the Bible came into existence. It's like they pulled from these stories, especially with the flood and the Epic of Gilgamesh. So, but anyway, that's another discussion. It's crazy though. That's how I feel.
Well, I think at the bare minimum, right? Like Joseph was saying a while ago about the victor being, controlling things. At the bare minimum, like shared mythology is an SOB, and that's up to everybody to confront that Mount Everest. But at the bare minimum, everybody, I don't care their denomination, I'm not personally religious, is that there's no way that the King James version of the Bible is God's perfect word. There's no way that the, as I call it, New World Order translation that we grew up with is the perfect word of God. It's a translation from them. It's the King James version. At the bare minimum, that has to be admitted to. Like that, the man that knows everything knows that he knows nothing at all, kind of a thing. That this is, we can only take it for what we have, and until we get a time machine, that we have to leave it up for this kind of great debate, this great discussion about it. But it's definitely not the perfect word of God. If that was ever possible, we don't have it. Instead, 30, 33, how many people wrote the Bible? 40 or dozens of men, hundreds of years later, pieced it all together. Something's rotten in Denmark about that. At the bare minimum, it's the version of the victor, like Joseph was saying about victorious people altering history. So all we can do is work with what we were given.
Yeah, another thing that I look at is I look at the fact that the deep state puts their moves or tells us in plain sight what they're doing. They put it in the movies, they put it in the music, they put it in the literature, they put it in everything. So, what's to say that, and I know this is controversial, but what's to say that the deep state, globalists, Illuminati, Luciferian, Masonic, whatever the hell you want to call them, are using the Bible as a tool to further their agenda?
Correct.
Because
it's a control mechanism.
Yeah. And again, to make any lie work, you've got to have some truth in it. So then the Bible folks will say, well, it says this, it says this. Okay, yeah, I get that. But what about this or that? They don't want to touch those things. So I think it's a control mechanism being used to keep people blinded. I really do.
Well, and it's a shame because it keeps people from doing what, in my opinion, has to be done. And that is establishing, without paper involved, without a building involved, even if you read paper as in the Bible or go to a building as in a church, is to establish your own personal relationship with your own higher power.
Right.
The people in earthly power are doing that with their God, with their evil dark light. They're busy doing it. They're busy establishing a personal relationship with their evil power. And yet through control mechanisms, people just, for lack of a better term, don't just go off into, the best thing that anybody can do. I seriously doubt that. Like, I'm pretty confident that 99% of America has not spent an hour in silence in forever.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe their whole life, a certain age group. You go off into the damn woods, you light a campfire, you light a joint, you have a beer, you have a cup of water, you have nothing, whatever that is, and start, it's like I mentioned this on Eric's thing on Six Screens the other night, is that out of all people, I heard the greatest little thing, little factoid or little saying from Flea. I was watching a documentary about Flea, not the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but about him in particular. I find his musicality to be interesting, and he was talking about this and that and the other thing, and the question of spirituality came up, and he said, you know what I think? He says, I think that meditation is listening to God and prayer is talking to God or the Almighty or whatever power. And that's where people slip up, is we're so distracted by all these control mechanisms and just by the BS, like, Pop-Tarts and cartoons and all the surface level shit that keeps everybody distracted, that people don't, I don't have time. Well, you spent 18 hours this week looking at cartoons. Why not spend an hour off in the woods by yourself? Well, I don't live near the woods. Okay, then whatever there's always an excuse. I think people are afraid to confront that. You go off by yourself and start establishing a relationship with your higher power, and watch that higher power, especially if you're thinking, acting, and feeling right. It takes the trifecta. You can't just think good shit and then go off and do bad things. You have to think, act, and feel. You have to use your body, brain, and heart in concert in order to amplify your signal into the field. Establish that relationship. There's people that'll go to church every day and they're still conflicted. You got to go off by yourself every once in a while.
Yeah, totally.
Leave the Bible at home and just sit there. We've all done that. Like, I haven't met you in person yet, Jim. I know you like to camp and stuff like that. Be outdoors. We figure out more in half an hour around the campfire, just looking at it, looking up at the stars, thinking about stuff that Quinn was saying, hearkening back to stuff like Joe was saying about the victors, or just silly stuff. And all of a sudden, with that practice, just like working out any muscle, that spirituality muscle starts to grow. And obviously, we want results in life. We're results oriented, but with the righteous heart, not looking for some kind of a reward, which is what the control mechanism holds over everybody, obey or die, is we start to see that happen in our life. You know, being out of the cult for 27 years, that I live by this. It's I spend one day a week, and that's because I'm personally able to in my particular situation. I spend one day of the week in silence. I spend 1 week of the year in silence. No talking, no TV, no false friends, no BS, no cell phone, and I zip it. And just like that silence right there, and right there, the answers start to come. You can start to hear through the silence.
Yep.
And then you, oh, okay, and boom. And I just really would like more people to do that, because you never hear about it. I mean, there's kids that are 15 years old that have never been 2 feet away from the cell phone, going through the waves, going through their head, the TV in front of them, just constantly. And they've never even fathomed about going off for the day, zipping their lip, opening their mind, and letting the silence speak to them.
But you know
all the
what?
answers are there.
Religion doesn't want you doing that, because what they'll say is that's dangerous. And they'll use the
Right.
scripture that if you empty your mind out, demons are going to possess you. That's which is something that
well, then I am possessed. Jeez.
But here's
what
the
a
thing
shame.
too. So just using critical thinking, why didn't God just write the Bible himself? Because if he just wrote the Bible himself, there'd be no confusion on translations and and different books. And there's no reason he couldn't, because if you believe the story about the 10 Commandments, supposedly he wrote the 5 books on stone tablets, right? That's what it says. Moses went up to Mount Sinai and God wrote it on the tablets. So God can do that. So wouldn't it make sense to just write the whole Bible himself? Then there's no confusion. So this whole idea of like all these different people writing, and then many people who believe that the Bible is the word of God, they don't really research who's in charge of deciding what books belong and what books don't belong, right? So
we don't even know if all the books are there.
And another thing too that a lot of Christians don't know is that they use the Dead Sea Scrolls as their backbone, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are the oldest scriptures of the Old Testament that exist. So that's their backbone, the Dead Sea Scrolls. But they don't tell you that in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the book of Enoch was part of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Oh yeah.
And the book of Esther was not. Right? So Esther, which some people don't think belongs in the Bible, for some reason, the people that preserved the Dead Sea Scrolls, they didn't think Esther was important, but they thought Enoch was important. Well, one thing that people don't know either is that the Freemason religion is based on the book of Enoch. I don't know all the details of it, but that's one of their big things is the book of Enoch, because something about, and don't quote me 100% on this, because I haven't looked into it in a while, but something about the secrets that they hold, they're claiming came from these beings, which Christians call the fallen angels. So something about the book of Enoch is significant to Freemasons. So for some reason, that book was taken out of the Bible that we know, but then when the Dead Sea Scrolls were uncovered, the book of Enoch was part of it. So I think the book of Enoch belongs there. But why do Christians quote the Dead Sea Scrolls, but they don't even know the book of Enoch was part of it? They'll say the book of Enoch is like apostate or something like that. And another thing too is that when it looks like the elite are kicking our ass, and they're not kicking our ass, like Jimmy said earlier, that they are losing. But the reason that it looks like they're kicking our ass and that they have kicked their ass is because they know these secrets, right? So, and I think you said, Johnny, a little bit earlier, something about how like they're using this stuff. So yeah, they're connecting to their gods. They're using manifestation, law of attraction. They're fighting power from within their self. So if you're an elite, think about it. If you're an elite and you want to control the whole world, and you have access to channeling and psychics and crystals and mystical stuff, and you can use all these things, well, the perfect game plan is to tell everybody else, oh no, you can't do any of that stuff. It's demonic. Stay away from it. It's all from the devil. So all that we can do is sit back and wait for Christ to save us. Oh, I just got to call in the name of Jesus, and that's it. So I don't, and again, the show's called Relentless, so I'm only saying this just because this is what the show is, so it allows me to be a little bit relentless. But it's stupid that everybody else can just has to just sit back and call in the name of Jesus. Why the elites are kicking our ass because they're smart. They're studying all this stuff. They know how to use all this stuff against us. That's why it seemed like such a small amount of people can control the population, because they're using these other resources. But they tell us, oh, you can't use that. It's all from the devil. We say, okay, it's from the devil. And we can't do nothing. So I think that the elites, going back to what Jimmy said, they use the Bible to not only control people, but to make sure that we can't find any power within ourselves. We stay in a helpless state, just looking for Jesus to come save us, while they use all these things to do what they're doing, to dominate us, which is what it appears to be is going on. And just one more thing too is that when you look at like people like the CIA and the government, they're no nonsense. So did you know that the CIA, they hire psychics, they hire people that can do remote viewing, and they look into this stuff. They look into the pyramids. There's parts of the Grand Canyon that you can't have access to because they say like NASA owns that. You can't go near that. So these ancient sites, they spend a lot of time studying this. They know about it. They try to buy parts of these areas where we can't go into. But you know what they're interested in the Bible is? Zero. They have zero interest in the Bible. They're not looking for Noah's Ark. They don't care about that. So what does that tell you? That these government agencies that are really into trying to find this stuff have zero interest in the Bible. But all this other ancient stuff, oh, they're into that big time. Big time they're into that. Like I said, the CIA hires remote viewers. You can find contracts on it. It's not conspiracy. They hire people that can do remote viewing. How many Christians do they hire? When's the last time you heard of the CIA saying, yeah, we hired a pastor that teaches about the Bible?
Yeah, that doesn't happen. All right, so let me step in. Okay, Ruby's back. So I was going to step in a second and say it's like getting like 1:30. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Ruby, do you have that clip of Project Looking Glass that's on my X-Face? I wanted to play. It depends on how long it is. I can't remember how long it is.
It's 7 minutes.
Do you have 7 minutes?
Sure, and then I can wrap it up after.
Yeah. So I wanted to. Okay. So first off, thank you everybody for the great discussion this evening. It's been very interesting. There's a lot of information that's been put out tonight. So hopefully folks will take this information and go and meditate on it. Go do some more research. Look into things. It's a wild world out there. However, what I wanted to show this as a teaser for next week, we can pick up on it, talking about Project Looking Glass. I know a lot of people may not know what this is. And, you know, for those in the Q community, we see these posts put out and we're like, oh my God, how could they put out something that was in 2018? And how can it be happening right now? So there's Project Looking Glass. So we'll play this and then shoot it back to Ruby to close out tonight.
All right, I'm going to press play.
Yesterday and today is the very first public unveiling in a public presentation of Project Looking Glass. A human being is about this tall. This is built in underground bases. It is colossal in size. And what happens is when you fire this thing up, these rings start going in all different directions. It shields off the barrel of water inside, which is just like your pineal gland. The water inside flips over into time-space, which then captures argon gas, captures visual images, and this is what it looks like. It becomes huge, glowing, all the way out to these posts, which are used as stabilizers for the energy field. Now, it doesn't start out with an image of the Earth. That's just there as a placeholder, although you could see the whole Earth like that if you wanted to. That's not usually what happens. Well, contact, right? We have been given the technology right in front of our faces in the movies. They just don't tell you what it's for. In what? 13 Ghosts? Well, thank you. I'll have to check that one out.
13 Ghosts is so demonic.
If it's for that. Oh, I can imagine. So contact, just to recap from yesterday, blueprints come in from the Vegans, from Vega. They figure out that it's only when you fold up these patterns into a cube, which forms what there in the center, the triangle with the eye in the middle, as it folds up. Cube geometry. That's when you can decode the plans to build these rings, which becomes this machine. And there's your little helicopter. There's another shot of it. They got computer animations of how it's going to work with the different rings moving. This actually looks like the fisheye lens distortion effect that happens around the looking glass when you power it on. There's a gantry crane up at the top, and the little guy is dropped down and goes inside. That's like your barrel inside the mechanism there. And this is where all the action happens. This is where the Stargate opens, the wormhole into the higher realms. In this frame, we're seeing how the whole thing collapsed and fell apart. So, of course, you want to take a ride. You know, the new the new formation of the one after the old one breaks. And here we're seeing the new one. Once again, you get a very clear view, and there's your little eye with the rays coming off it, just like the all-seeing eye on the dollar. Not surprising. Here she is. It's even larger than the real one, standing on this ladder, looking down inside. This is the chamber and the chair inside, which we'll see is very important. And here's your geometry. Look at that. Did anybody notice that when you were watching the movie? Because it goes by pretty fast. That's that same geometry that's in the background radiation of the whole universe with the sphere in the center. They fire it up. Guess what happens? Big, bright luminosity, just like the real thing that they're actually using and have been using since the 40s at least. And here's what it looked like from the control room. It gets brighter and brighter. Then she starts having the floor disappear. She gets dropped down inside. And then, of course, she goes through this wild wormhole ride, and there's an ascension experience at the end of the dream. The Iraq War had, to a large degree, the mission of capturing a looking glass technology that was dug up in Sumer, which was originally in the possession of Gaddafi in Libya, which is why they attacked Libya. Gaddafi got rid of it and gave it to Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was using this technology, viewing the future. The U.S. government went in after him because they felt that the fate of the world was at stake, because if they did not capture this technology and get it back and deconstruct it, that the Earth would have a pole shift. But when you actually decipher these letters, it means the doctrine of the convergent timeline paradox. Here's the problem. You look through time with this device, and when you hit 2012, everything goes perfectly white. As you get closer and closer to 2012, starting in around 1980, a very strange thing has been happening when they use the looking glass. There is an interlacing of images. So right now, imagine that if I had this slide on half the time, and then the other half of the time, there was an image of like a face. And if I interlace them slowly, then maybe every second it goes from here to the face to here to the face. Then as it speeds up, it gets faster and faster to the point that if it were complex images, you couldn't make out one from the other because they're flip-flopping so fast, okay?
Yep.
That's called interlacing, and the frequency of the interlacing gets higher and higher as you go towards 2012. So anytime that they try to look at, like, or they used to try to look because they're not using them anymore, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, bam. It's so interlaced that they have a whole server farm of computers just to deconstruct the two images and be able to see what they're looking at in the future. So again, this is what they're using. This is one of the main ones they're using, the Orion cube as they call it, or the cube. And also it's being used with looking glass. But what's going on with 2012? Well, here's another very interesting thing. We have multiple parallel futures that we can choose. And 2012 literally does represent create your own reality time. It has everything to do with what do you expect is going to happen. This is where thoughts becoming reality really takes on a whole new meaning in a way that you've never heard of before. So what they found that was so bizarre was that at December 21st, 2012, they could calculate it down to the day. That's how precise this was. That for some reason, all the graphs, all the waves would go into a complete flat line. They no longer moved up and down like before. They went flat for like 7 or 8 seconds. So then they're asking the guys that went through these stargates and were traveling into the future, what happened to you? Every single time that somebody tried to hit 2012, they said the same thing. There was this thing they called the bump. it actually hits you like a bump. You actually feel like you've slammed into something. And as soon as it slams into you, you have the most incredible religious experience you can imagine. Cosmic consciousness. Your consciousness just blasts into this wonderful place where you have awareness of no space, no time. All knowledge is available to you. Ecstatic God consciousness. You could be the galaxy. You could be a subatomic particle. You can go everywhere, do everything, and there's no sense of it ever ending. So when it finally stops, you just can't even believe that you're back to who you were before.
That's what happened to Jodie Foster.
Exactly what happens to Jodie Foster in Contact. So that's the zero time, yeah. And Daniel doesn't agree with me on this, but I believe that 2012 is our zero time reference. And when you hit 2012, everything goes perfectly white.
Interesting, huh?
That's partly
Big
why
time.
people thought in 2012 the world was going to end because of some of that stuff.
Yep. Yeah.
But they were misinterpreting what that year actually meant.
Yeah. So there's more to it. There's another video I'll find, Ruby, about Project Looking Glass and why, and we can talk about it some more. But I just wanted to put it out there as, you know, a precursor to further conversation.
Wow. Yeah. We're going to have to pick up this next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Everybody. Thanks for joining. I'm exhausted. I think it was because my mind was blown too many times tonight and I got off track with my energy. So now I am so sleepy. But I want to thank everybody for joining.
Yes.
I can't believe it. You know, Quinn Wright made it. Johnny made it. Joseph.
You know what I noticed tonight, Ruby?
What?
We had no female folks call in and be on the stage tonight.
Oh no. Well, King Tony, she was in the chat. A bunch of the girls were in the chat, but
There's a lot of times I'm like the only guy, and there's like 4 or 5 girls on the stage. This time it was completely reversed.
Yeah.
But it was fun. I enjoyed the conversation tonight.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, me
I'm in
too.
another time zone, so it's not as late for me. I didn't realize how late it is for you.
Yeah, it's 1:37 here. We are troopers. We are troopers here on the East Coast.
Yeah, but it was good. It was good. We covered a lot. We covered a lot. So next week, Tuesday, 9 p.m., everybody come back and join us, especially join the stage. And maybe next time I won't be as shocked or mind blown because I don't know what happened tonight. As soon as I said Disney, as soon as we did JFK, as soon as we did Yay, you know, like it just opened up so many cans of worms that I didn't think it was gonna go that way. You know what I mean? It's very spontaneous, very, you know, this is live, this is uncensored, no script, no nothing. We don't plan these shows. That's the thing. We don't plan anything. So when something happens, I'm like, wait, what? And then once I do that, that's it. You already know I'm done.
You're having a spiritual awakening. That's what it is.
That's awesome.
You think so?
It's only going to get more interesting. Your mind is going to start to really open up.
Oh yeah.
You can't go back. It's like the Matrix movie with the red and blue pill. You're on the red pill. You can't go back.
I guess so.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Everybody's on their own little journey. People wake up at different times. So,
and can I just say thank you for changing the name of the show, because I felt I could come on because I needed to completely be done with the XJW stuff for me personally, not to say anything bad, but I couldn't do it anymore. So this makes me feel like, okay, I'm not doing XJW stuff. This is just a different type of show. So that's
one reason why, you know, we went ahead and did that, Quinn, is because even some of my friends that watch the show that have nothing to do with Watchtower or whatever, they've watched the show, they like it, but when we go talking Watchtower stuff, they said it gets a little too JW eccentric. And I was talking to my manager, and he was saying, I was telling him the title of the show, and he's like, well, if it was XJW Political Corner, I probably wouldn't click on it. But if it says Unrelenting Political Corner, I would probably click on that. So we're trying to keep it, you know, more political, conspiracy stuff versus a lot of the Watchtower stuff.
Right. Yeah. Wow. But that's, I'm so glad, Quinn. You know, like when you just said that, it made me happy because I need to remind myself the same thing. I need to keep moving forward and keep moving away from that because that's not me anymore either.
Yeah.
Right.
So
After 27 years, I can tell you that that's absolutely true, that you have to put it down every once in a while. You know, I mean,
yeah.
we all like ice cream, but you eat it every hour of every day, you're going to get sick.
And the new generation will take over. So it's like we've done our work, our videos will stand a test of time, but we can move on. And as more people leave the religion, they're going to start their own YouTube channels and they're going to be a little bit more up to date on what's current. So,
yeah.
So it's like we don't have to stay making XJW stuff. We can move forward, and that space will still be filled by the next generation of JWs that are waking up, that are going to wake up from our videos that we put out already.
Yep, absolutely.
Yes.
Awesome.
So the new name is the Unrelenting Political Corner. Thanks to Jimmy that we've adopted his new name.
Well, thank you.
And no, thank you guys. I love the feedback. I love the participation. Thank you everybody for joining. I'm gonna play the outro now, but please come back next Tuesday, guys. You know, like I loved it. I loved the energy. I loved the everything about tonight was great. So thank you so much for coming, everybody.
Appreciate you
thanks
guys.
to you guys for doing it. Thanks to both of you for doing it for sure. I know it takes a lot of effort and it doesn't go unnoticed. It's very appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Johnny. Thank you, everybody in the chat. We'll see you next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern time. Bye.
Trump, yeah, okay, bury him a legend, yeah, Trump, hey, okay, America's biggest blessing, free speech advocate, packing, never lacking it, I just bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it, gang, okay, the White House going crazy now, MAGA season, tell them liberals they can't break us down.